Audio check. Good morning. Welcome back to dockets 250907, 250908, and 250909, which address petitions by Nutmeg Public Access Television to assume responsibility for community access operations in various areas of Connecticut. I'm Commissioner Holly Cheeseman, a presiding officer over this proceeding, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Chair Tom Wheel and Commissioner Jan Beecher. Commissioner Smith will be joining us later, and Vice Chair Conti is observing from an undisclosed location and will be communicating with us with questions. We will address administrative matters first. I will start. We have already spent 2 days on these hearings. We have added this third day. I am asking, well, actually requiring everyone to please be efficient with your questioning, and we have reached the point where I will be advising you Connecticut Agency Regulation 16, 1 through 38, rules of evidence are applicable to these proceedings. The presiding officer shall, as a matter of policy, exclude irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence, and cross-examination may be conducted as the commissioners or presiding officer shall find to be required for a full and true disclosure of the facts. And I'm just drawing your attention to this in the interest of concluding these evidentiary hearings today. We will need to be wrapping up by about 3:30 because commissioners have a public comment hearing on a rate case that's going to require some considerable travel time. So I'm just advising everyone of this. And with this awareness, I know we will be able to get this accomplished during the day. Are there any further administrative matters to be addressed? Ms. Wedler. Is your microphone on?
Good morning. Just a clarification on late filed exhibit number 19. We would like, that was the 5 years for Frontier fees paid to Optimum. We would like to add Verizon in there also, who is a CVFA serving in Area 1. We would like to request that. And then secondly is late filed exhibit number 23. We just want to be clear that that includes the Litchfield area as well as Norwalk. So that was the late filed exhibit asking for programming logs. So we just want to make sure that it includes Area 20 as well. Thank you.
Attorney Bogan? Do you want to go up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
For the record, David Bogan on behalf of Charter Communications. We have no objection to either one.
All right, thank you. So noted.
Zachary Bester, counsel for Optimum. To the extent that we have that information, we have no objection of providing.
All right, thank you. And again, the understanding is you will supply information to the best of your ability going forward. Thank you. All right, any further administrative matters? All right, is there any public comment? Seeing none. All right, I think we are up to Cox Communications with Cross from Office of Consumer Counsel, if I've got the agenda right. And court reporter, would you like everyone to reintroduce themselves and give their, we're good to go. All right, thank you. And all the witnesses have been duly sworn and adopted their testimony, Attorney Bester? All right. Well, in that case, I will invite Office of Consumer Counsel to proceed with their cross.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pascaline Poku, staff attorney from the OCC, and I am appearing today with Rihanna Ash, who will be handling most of the cross for today.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. My hope is that we can do this as a speed run since you've already been exposed to most of these questions in the prior hearings and hopefully have given some thought to what your answers will be. All right. To begin, as with prior hearings, I've organized my questions by statutory prongs 1 through 8 of 16-331A subsection C. I hope that you will keep this context in mind while answering my questions. To begin, can you please describe for us Cox's role as a community access provider of PEG services in Area 17?
Thank you. Yes, Cox views its role as a community access operations manager in Area 17 as part of its franchise obligations. We view the role as necessary to ensure that our subscribers and community members in the franchise area have access to a platform that will provide them with the opportunity to meaningfully communicate with members of their community in a fashion that they see fit.
Thank you. And what can you tell me about the needs of the Area 17 community as they relate to PEG and community access?
I think the record shows that the Area 17 community is fairly active. We have on record the mayor of Cheshire, as well as the Area 17 CAP or council chair, stating that the community services are important to their communities and they would like to see the studio maintained in the franchise area. Additionally, we have a number of Area 17 producers that use the studio frequently and have all expressed support and appreciation for the services we provide.
Thank you. Can you tell us how Cox currently solicits feedback from the Area 17 community regarding its PEG operations?
Certainly. As a first level of feedback screening, all of our employees that work in the PEG studios take direct feedback from the customers that use it. So the producers that come in, any subscribers that come in. So that would be our first line. Our second line, our studios are operated as part of our public affairs team. And so that public affairs team is continually reaching out to the community, both through charitable and nonprofit organizations, and as well as schools and other interested parties. And we frequently interact with local governments as well as with our Cable Advisory Committee.
Thank you. If you could please reference the letter of recommendation in the record submitted by the Area 17 Cable Advisory Council as correspondence on May 21st, 2026, wherein the council's chairman expresses concern about a potential loss of the Meriden Studio if Nutmeg's proposal is approved, so that we can make sure here that we're comparing apples to apples. Between Cox's current operations and future operating plans and those of Nutmeg regarding decisions that might impact the interests of that Area 17 Cable Advisory Council and the greater Area 17 community. Can you tell us if Cox plans to continue to operate the Meriden Studio into the foreseeable future, regardless of the outcome of these petitions?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us, has Cox had any internal discussions about consolidation of studios between Cox's Connecticut existing franchise areas?
We have not had discussions about consolidation of the studios. We have had discussions about changing operators of the studios.
Can you elaborate on those discussions about changing operators?
Sure. I think we view our operation of the studios as rather good, but we are always open to the idea and possibility that someone might have a better mousetrap And so if there are opportunities where we might transition operation of those studios to another provider that might be better situated, I think we'd be open to that, providing that they can still maintain the level of service and address the concerns of our franchise subscribers.
Thank you. Can you tell us if there have been any internal or external discussions regarding consolidation of Cox-run community access studios with charter-run community access studios following the close of the pending change of control transaction between Cox and Charter?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know if any such discussions are currently scheduled for the future?
I do not know.
Can you tell?
I would say there are ongoing discussions between Cox and Charter, primarily to ensure that operations between the Cox franchises and the Charter transition maintain business as usual, so that from a customer standpoint, the transaction will complete without incident. But I don't have any knowledge of any discussions specifically related to consolidation of studios or merging of studios between Cox and Charter.
Thank you. Similar but different, have there been any internal or external discussions regarding consolidation of Cox franchise areas? For the record, that would be Area 17, Area 12, and Area 15.
A Cox consolidating Cox franchise areas?
Yes,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
thank you. Are you aware of any such discussions scheduled for the future?
No, I'm not.
And can you tell us, have there been any internal or external discussions regarding consolidation of Area 17 with one or more of Charter's existing franchise areas following the culmination of the transaction?
Not to my knowledge. The discussions that are being had between Cox and Charter, to my understanding, are operational in nature and focused on understanding what services and operations need to continue in the transaction. Anything happening after the transaction, I would have to refer you to Charter.
Thank you. Has Cox made any community access expenditures over the last few years at the express request of the Area 17 communities, municipalities, or Cable Advisory Council?
We regularly consult with our advisory council as well as the needs of the community. I can't point to one specific purchase, but with the last couple of years, we do make sure we buy what the community needs, and that they've expressed interest for upgrades to our studios.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to the second prong. Can you clarify if Cox uses TelView or a system like it in its community access operations?
Sure. Yes, we use Cablecast as our playback automation system.
Thank you. And can you clarify what Cox counts as a program when it is reporting in its annual community access reports? I think there was some discussion last week about an episode versus a recurring episode program, and how those things are counted on the annual reports.
Yeah, on the annual reports, I would think we would classify a program as a unique show. Each program that gets put onto our servers has a show ID. So it's one episode, not one series, if you will.
Thank you. Okay. If you could please reference OCC 1, this is Exhibit 1-1, which is the 2025 Annual Community Access Report. Cox appears here to have the highest total number of programs produced annually for a public access channel of any company-run cap at 81 programs per year. However, on its educational and government channels, there appears to be 0 programming. I do see in the response to NTV4, it looks as though Cox oversees the E and G channels in Area 17, but does not manage the programming. So I'm hoping you can bridge the gap for me here between there isn't any programming reported in Cox's annual reports, but Cox manages those channels. What does that mean?
Well,
What does that look like in
I think
practice?
manages those channels is a bit misleading. We provide the connection for the E and G channels. So we don't control content. We don't schedule anything. It's up to the town to provide the content. We just provide the connection.
Okay, so that oversight in practice, am I correct to understand that that really means just facilitating the carriage of these programs, but there's no Cox personnel scheduling the programming and the time slots or interacting with the community to air those?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
I would say we have a staff person that's a main contact. So if there's an issue originating from one of those ERG channels, they can contact us.
thank you. Can you tell us, has Cox provided any data in this record on how many programs are distributed annually on those E and G channels in Area 17?
I don't believe we keep track of that information, so no, we have not provided any.
Thank you. To Cox's knowledge, do these towns of Cheshire, Meriden, and/or Southington have their own studios for producing content that they may use in lieu of or in conjunction with the Meriden studio that Cox operates?
I don't believe they have their own studios. They all have an E&G channel, and they may have some meeting room or some setup that they use for those purposes, but nothing specific that we're aware of.
Thank you. Does Cox account for the community's use of external spaces in Cox's operating plan or budget when determining how to allocate resources?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So when determining what expenditures are necessary for the Meriden Studio, is it taken into consideration that the users of public access for E&G might be not using those facilities? And are any accommodations made to reflect that
In our
assumption
budgeting process?
or operating plan?
So, and please feel free to weigh in here, but if a member of the E&G channels sought to use any of the facilities, we would certainly accommodate and make any necessary changes to allow for that. But no, as a regular course of business, the towns have not reached out to us for use of any of our facilities other than providing the E&G channel connects.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if anyone from Area 17 files an annual report with Pura other than Cox that might include this programming?
They do not.
Can you tell us if Cox has any current plans to increase community participation or to increase the number of community-produced programs it airs in Area 17 this year or in the future?
When you say increase participation in the community, you mean at the studio specifically or Cox generally as a company?
I would accept either answer.
So Cox as a company has several enterprise-wide programs that are designed to facilitate interactions with the local communities that we serve. The principal one is Cox's 30 for 30, which seeks to empower or improve the lives of over 30 million people by 2030. So every year, as part of a company-wide goal-setting effort, each Cox employee, as well as all of the people leaders within Cox, set goals that include community interaction, volunteerism, and community development work. So yes, Cox has extensive plans to help improve the local community.
Thank you. That's actually a great segue into my next question, which is about volunteering. In Cox's rebuttal letter in the record dated May 26, 2026, it was referenced that, quote, in 2025, Cox employees contributed 620 volunteer hours across 62 team members, partnering with 16 organizations to make a meaningful local impact, end quote. Can you confirm whether any of those volunteer hours were spent in Area 17?
Yeah, absolutely. I know off the top of my head, we volunteered at Camp Kuno in Meriden. The Meriden Boys and Girls Club is I would say continued support over the years. So I think there might be one or two more that I'm not remembering off the top of my head. But yes, to answer your question, a lot of those volunteer efforts have been done in Area 17.
Thank you. Please reference Exhibit OCC 1-1, the annual reports on page 7, where it is reported that 12 participants took part in training workshops in 2025. Can you tell us how does Cox promote these trainings?
Sure. I think any of our outreach for trainings or any other equipment starts with the basis of advertising on our community calendar bulletin board that airs on the channel. We also have put out flyers in the community to let people know that it's available to them, not only the facilities, but training to get adequately familiar with the equipment. We have a cross-channel PSA program that's available to us that we usually air a 30-second commercial throughout the year several times to increase engagement with the community for training and overall utilization.
Thank you. Does Cox have a relationship with any Area 17 local schools or youth organizations where it offers trainings on audio or visual equipment?
Yeah, so I think I made mention to the Meriden Boys and Girls Club. We had a staff member that would go out and do programs with them in person for many years. Currently, right now, there's a nonprofit organization that utilizes the studio that is engaging youth. So yeah, there's probably several more that I can't recall off the top of my head right now, but yes, we do involve the community very frequently.
Thank you. And does Cox offer or has Cox offered any internship opportunities at its Area 17 studio?
So we don't currently offer internship opportunities right now. In the past, we have.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to the third prong with regards to the operating plan. Can you tell us, does Cox have a rainy day contingency fund associated with its PEG operations intended to cover unexpected costs?
Not, yeah. So we don't have a rainy day contingent fund expressly dedicated to studio emergencies. As I mentioned before, Cox operates the studios through its public affairs group. The public affairs group has an annual budget, and we accommodate for any budget shortfalls or any unexpected expenses through that public affairs budget.
Is that public affairs budget currently in the record?
Not the group budget, no.
So the only budget for the community access operations is that budget of the public affairs group, is that correct?
Well, so there's an expectation of what the studios are going to cost. We have certain known expenses, and based on prior year, we can estimate roughly what operations of the studios are going to cost. As you've seen from our record, the studios actually operated a little bit of a loss. We don't actually recover the full amount of operations from the subscriber fees, from the PEG fee. And so that difference is made up for from our public affairs budget.
Can you tell me how much of a loss the Meriden studio operated at last year?
It was roughly $7,000, I think.
Was that 7 or 70?
7.
7, I was going to say, there's a difference of
No,
scale. Thank you.
The public affairs budget isn't quite that big.
Okay,
yeah.
I figured, all right, thank you.
Because I would like to evaluate the budget comparatively, I would like for what budget that is available in writing to be submitted as an LFE.
Objection to the scope. I think this budget goes far above and beyond what is, dedicated to PEG access. And so, I mean, I just don't think that they would want to be submitting, a bunch of totally irrelevant information in response to, what's relevant is already in the record.
I would be willing to accept a redacted version if there's something that truly is not related to PEG, but if there is no PEG-specific budget, I would take any information available for a comparative review.
I would say that is fair. I mean, at the very least, how much they're spending and what the shortfall is each year.
Commissioner, as long as we're on it, however we resolve this, I think it'd be helpful to know it for all of the parties.
I'm not sure.
Comparable
what is
information,
actually in the
because I think the issue came up also previously and may come up again. So I just want to sort of flag that we get the comparable information in the comparable format. Thank
It
you.
helps. I do have this exact same question for all of the company-run providers.
You're ahead of me. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that.
All right, so
So just specifically on Cox, I feel like the vast majority of what would be in this budget is unrelated. So I think if we could tailor a response to, detailing that PEG shortfall and exactly how it, relates to, PEG collections and PEG spending, that is something we could easily provide. But I feel like, I think the company's issue is that providing a budget that is just, so the vast majority of it will be out of the scope or redacted, just doesn't make sense in this scenario. So if it's possible to provide an answer sort of tailored to the information that's being sought.
I think there is an interest in finding out what the budget for the PEG operations are. So I would say supply that to the best of your ability.
If it helps, the fifth prong of the statute that we're evaluating here is proposed budget. including expenses for salaries, consultants, attorneys, and other professionals. So that's the basis for why I'm
So-
asking for these budgets.
So as I understand it, everything has been provided except for the shortfall. So if you'd like an accounting of the shortfall, that's something we could probably provide.
So if you could point in the record to where that information already exists and then account for the shortfall, would that suffice, Office of Consumer? I mean, is it,
Are you looking for a forward-looking budget?
Yes, it was referenced, I believe, prior today and in an earlier interrogatory response that Cox has a means of devising what it projects the contributions for PEG will be in the upcoming year. So that suggests that there is a forward-looking budget.
Okay, I mean, we could probably generate a forecast for what we expect the studio operations to cost in the next year. And, you know, the problem I have is I can't accurately predict what PEG fees will be next
well,
year.
I think any,
So,
a budget with regard to expenses, is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay,
What are
then
the
I think
expenditures?
based on historical record, you should be able to produce a budget based on expenses. Let's not worry about what the PEG fees are going to be because those are outside your control.
okay,
All right.
we'll do that to the best of our ability.
All right, is that sufficient, Office of Consumer Counsel?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
So that would be late filed Exhibit 29, forward-looking expense budget for PEG operations. Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
For 2026. Shifting back to the operating plan at prong 3, I would like to better understand if there is a written operating plan for Cox's CAP activities in Area 17. Does such an operating plan currently exist in the record?
Yeah, so in our response to OCC 28, we laid out all of the operational duties and managerial duties for our PEG Studio operations.
Okay. Is it correct that no other operating plan exists for Area 17?
As such, correct.
Thank you. Okay. If you can please reference OCC 11, wherein Cox responds, the 3 Cox Connecticut PEG operational budgets are combined to ensure each studio has the resources it needs regardless of franchise fee revenue. Can you please confirm if these 3 operational budgets referenced are correctly referenced here, or is that more of a generalization that was made in that response?
The budgets we're referring to in OCC 11 would be the budget information that we provided in our annual CAP reports.
Okay. Okay. And are you aware that 16-331A subsection C expressly names the organization and the company's proposed budget as a criterion for evaluating the most qualified provider in these proceedings?
Yes, I'm aware.
Thank you. Going back to Cox's response to OCC 13, which I was recalling earlier, it is stated Currently, the PEG operational expenditure exceeds forecasted PEG fee revenue. Can you tell us how Cox forecasts PEG fee revenue?
So we know what the PEG fee per subscriber is, and we have visibility into our subscriber numbers. From those subscriber numbers, we can forecast trends. So we know roughly how many subscribers we will have at a given point in the near future, give or take.
Thank you. Can you confirm whether the attorney costs and other associated legal fees that Cox incurs from this docket will be allocated to PEG's budget?
They will not.
Thank you. Okay. Please reference NTV 8. In the chart that Cox provides in response, it is affirmed that subscriber funds are given to town/school in Meriden for Channel 15, the public access channel. It also says 100%. Can you explain how much funding is given to Meriden annually as referenced here?
I'm sorry, you were referring to NTV 8?
Yes.
So out of 100%.
Where are you looking?
So basically 20.5.
Is there a particular page number or location to help the witnesses find this chart?
Yep, it's Cox's response to Nutmeg's interrogatory 8, NTV 8. And the chart is prominent at the beginning of the response.
And then can you repeat the specific question?
Of course. In the chart that Cox provides in response, it is affirmed that that subscriber funds are given to town/school in Meriden for Channel 15, the public access channel. It also says 100%. Can you explain how much funding is given to Meriden annually as is referenced here? And in the interest of time, I have a number of questions about this. I'd be happy to have them be LFEs if the information isn't readily available.
Yeah, I mean, 1 second.
Facility is located in Meriden.
Okay, so
This it just says yes there, but no.
right, so in the response, the 100% would be the entire amount collected going to the facility in Meriden.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so what they're saying is we should have put it.
Right, so you're saying it's showing up as town school? That that should actually be under the P column. So there was no money, subscriber funds given to the town school. It was the subscriber funds were used for operation of the PEG channel in Meriden. So
Okay.
that's an error on the chart.
Okay. I would accept an updated response to NTV 8 then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can do that.
That would be LFE 30, an updated response to NTV 8.
Sure, that would work.
Would that work?
Now I get to skip 6 questions. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, we're on the final prong. This is with regards to compliance with federal and state law, including the regulations of Connecticut state agencies. Does Cox have a compliance checklist that it uses to meet its federal and state requirements?
Yes, we do.
Does it have a checklist specific to Connecticut compliance?
Yes, we do.
Um, Can you describe what procedures Cox has in place to ensure compliance with all federal and state laws, as well as the regulations of Connecticut state agencies?
We have multiple procedures in place. Principally, we track our filing obligations through 3 different routes. The regulatory affairs group, which I'm a part of, has a master calendar that lists all of our regulatory filings at both the state and federal level. We check that calendar on a weekly basis, looking forward as to what reports need to be prepared for filing and when those filing dates are due. Our government affairs teams at a local level also have a compliance tracker that calendars important compliance filings. And the 2 teams meet routinely to coordinate those calendars and support each other in the filing of our compliance obligations. The third leg of our compliance monitoring is use of outside counsels. We have law firms that represent us in various localities that have specific knowledge of particularly state compliance obligations. And we use those attorneys to help us file the reports, but also advise us on compiling and filling out those reports. And they give us warning whenever a report is coming due as well.
Great, thank you. If you can please reference Connecticut Agencies Regulations, Section 16-331A 11. This is standards for determining adequacy. Can you tell us, is there a bill insert or brochure that Cox mails to all consumers at least annually describing the purposes and accomplishments of community access and the procedures for becoming involved in community access?
So to my knowledge, there is no separate bill insert. There is a flag on our bills that appears occasionally alerting subscribers to the existence of the PEG studios and offering them an opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Is a copy of that bill flag currently in the record?
I don't believe so, no.
Could you provide a copy of that insert mailed to consumers as a late filed exhibit?
Yes.
So that would be a copy of the bill that includes the notice with regard to PEG access?
Yes. Thank you.
That would be late filed exhibit 31.
Yeah, I would note for the record, that actual statute is not a requirement. It says that any mechanism which may include but are not limited to the following. And the first is a bill insert. I do not understand that to be a requirement. I see that as a may include.
Be that as it may,
Okay.
these are the standards for determining adequacy that we have available to us in regulation. So we are looking at these comparatively. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And understood on the request. All right, thank you.
Does Cox have a checkoff provision on customers' bills which enables customers to donate money to community access?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware if Cox currently remits any PEG subscriber funding to a non-Cox related organization in Area 17?
Oh,
Yeah. So each year, as required by the statute, Cox provides the Cable Advisory Committee with a $2,000 stipend. That's the only funding that goes.
Thank you. And does Cox have a mechanism by which the company shall obtain an annual financial report from any individuals or groups who receive any direct monetary contribution from the company, identifying what funding was received and how and by whom it was spent?
No, we don't provide any funding to any outside groups other than the advisory council. So no.
So the advisory council does not report back on the spending of the $2,000?
I'm unaware. I don't know if they have in the past.
Thank you. Can you tell us, does Cox establish specific goals for community access and periodically assess achievement of these goals?
So I would say the requirements that are given as a checklist for compliance, that's something that our management meets with the community access team. At least, they meet every other week. So I think they discuss those metrics and making sure that they're on target.
Do you have a copy of those metrics that you could provide for the record?
I mean, I have the copy of the compliance checklist. I don't think they keep note of where they are. It's based off of what they previously reported in the annual reports that they're maintaining. So
I would accept a compliance checklist.
Sure.
Thank you.
So that, I believe that's late filed exhibit 32. So the compliance checklist with regard to PEG operations or?
Yeah, our PEG access compliance
Performance.
checklist.
Mhm. Okay. If you can please reference Connecticut agencies regulations. This is section 16-331A-2, subsection A. This is with regards to number of community access channels required. Therein, it is stated that the franchise holder shall keep a record available for public inspection of the requests for and use of access channel time. Such records must be retained for not less than 2 years. Can you confirm if such records of the requests for and use of access channel time for the last 2 years are currently in this record.
Currently in this record?
No, it's not something we've,
Yeah, I don't believe it's in the record.
Is that something that we could obtain as an LFE?
Yeah, I think we could.
Okay, thank you.
So there is in the record the programming. Uh, Does that?
Does that suffice?
relate To, because wouldn't that reflect studio usage or?
That does reflect studio usage.
I would inquire as to whether it is only related to the P channel. The regulation just says access channel time. So I would-
Yeah, any record we have would only be for the P channel. We've already stated we don't control or monitor the content on the G and E channels.
Can I just jump in for a second? Attorney Bestard, I think we've mentioned a couple of times, if you could just not comment. It wasn't clear to me if that was an objection. It sounded to me like testimony from the bench, which, as you know, is not acceptable here or under the rules of professional conduct. So if you could avoid that in the future. I think this might be the third time this has come up.
I apologize. I was just trying to point to where it might be in the record. But I'll be sure to characterize it as an objection or, okay.
Okay. And can you tell me who is the representative that Cox designated to serve on the Area 17 Cable Advisory Council?
that would be me currently.
Okay. And can you tell us how often you attend these Area 17 Cable Advisory Council meetings?
I would say on average, they try to meet every other month. Sometimes if there's not enough participation from the advisory council members, they have to reschedule. I would say at least 4 times a year, though.
Thank you. And can you tell us what takeaways you've had from these meetings? Maybe the most recent meeting that have resulted in any changes to the way that Cox provides community access services in Area 17?
Typically, the Cable Advisory Council, their main concerns are customer interactions, not as much with public access. But we do keep them up with events that are currently happening at the studio, as well as our charitable efforts and volunteerism. But, you know, it's not as frequent that they ask too much about public access.
Thank you. Last question. Is it Cox's position that Cox is the most qualified party to be the CAP operator for Area 17?
It is. At this time, we believe Cox is the best suited operator to continue operations in Area 17. And it is our understanding that that is the expressed desire of the local community.
Thank you very much. OCC has no more questions.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate your efficiency and the efficiency of the answers. So I believe if we'd give you some time to get out and invite Nutmeg to come up for cross of the panel.
Oh, the attorney master.
All right, and I will invite Nutmeg to begin your cross. I will add, again, please be as efficient as possible. We will be recessing for lunch at noon, from noon to 12:30. I would ideally like you to complete your cross by noon, and then we will have authority staff after that, and then obviously any redirect. So if you would like to proceed, the witness panel is prepared. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cheeseman, and good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to ask some questions to you, Mr. DeRoche, and to you, Mr. Giard. We call for slide 1, please. Nutmeg TV has taken information provided from the Cox annual reports and interrogatory responses in the docket, and what you're going to see on the slide is already in the record. We just wanted a visual chart because we didn't have that opportunity in the last hearing room. I'd like to ask a few questions about this slide and parts of your opening statement. Mr. DeRoche, in that opening statement, you said that opposition to the Nutmeg petition is solely based on the concern for what is best for subscribers and producers of Area 17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would be representative of these numbers that we see here, these producers that have been involved with Area 17, correct?
I would say that's a part of the consideration, yeah.
And you said in your opening statement that driving to Nutmeg TV's Farmington facility unnecessarily burdens producers because it requires them to travel greater distance to access facilities, correct?
Yes, it would.
Are you aware that the mileage from Meriden to Farmington is 20 miles and the drive time is 22 minutes?
I'm not specifically aware. No, I don't live in the area. I would note that an increased drive time of a minute or a mile would be an increased burden to the residents.
Does Cox allow producers in Meriden to use the Cox Manchester or Enfield studio?
Yes, we do.
Are you aware that the mileage from Meriden to Manchester is 27 miles with a drive time of 32 minutes and farther distance than Meriden to Farmington?
I would note that there is no requirement a resident from Manchester use either of the other studios. I am not specifically aware of the mileage distance between those studios.
Thank you. In OCC 12, Cox reported that it combines the PEG budgets of all 3 Connecticut studios into one pool, correct?
We do not segregate the funds. We do not combine them into one pool. They are kept in a segregated PEG studio fund.
I'm just reading your response to OCC 12 that you combine PEG budgets of all 3 Connecticut studios into one pool. That means that PEG fees paid by subscribers in Manchester are not necessarily used in Manchester and can be spent at other Cox facilities like Meriden or Enfield, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's correct.
Then would you explain what you meant in OCC 12?
Yes, the funds for the Meriden studio do not cover the expenses of the Meriden studio. So it's not logically possible for funds to be transferred from Meriden to another studio. It expends everything it takes in and some additional Cox funds.
Thank you. Would you call up slide 4, please? Robin, so in looking at, that's number 2, which I was going to go to, but we're going to have to go to 4 for time savings because we're on that topic. So this was provided in Cox's annual report for 2025. And we can see there that the amount of revenue is 510,000. And when we look at Meriden, Manchester, and Enfield, we see that the labor and all the other expenses are exactly the same, meaning that that one pot of money is being split equally 3 ways. Is that correct?
Yes, certain expenses are roughly equivalent across the 3 studios, and
Yeah.
that's what's being reflected there.
So the labor expense may not be the same exact number for each, but yet it's reflected that way.
With regard to the labor expense specifically, each studio employs one full-time dedicated employee and shares a manager that divides their time between the 3 studios in
Would you
addition
con-
to some other duties.
Would you consider this cross municipal redistribution of?
No, I
That's
would
when you
not.
look
I
at-
was trying to explain my concern with the labor expense in particular. We have certain privacy concerns over the salary expenses of specific employees. And given that there's only one employee in each of these studios, we did not want to provide a specific dollar amount.
Mm.
What you're seeing is each of the employees in each of those studios is the same employment grade and in the same salary category as each other. So their exact salary figure may be different, but their salary category would be the same, as well as their benefits would be the same as they are across the whole company.
Well, thank you for that. And
I just want to jump in. So each studio has a manager and another employee. So each studio has as equal labor in terms of bodies.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
so, thank you, Commissioner. So the office expense and the cell phone expense and the facilities expenses, as we can see here, it just looks like they're split 3 equal ways. That was my point in bringing up this slide.
So the facilities expense is not the same on your slide.
No,
The facilities expense is separate.
allocated
That
by
is
square.
allocated by studio
Mhm.
and based on the square footage of the studio within the building that incurs that expense.
Thank you.
The cell phone expense is the same. The cell phone is for the manager of all 3 facilities. It's divided amongst all 3 facilities evenly.
So going back to OCC 12, in your response that the budgets of all 3 Connecticut studios are in one pool, and in previous communications in these dockets, Cox had said that one area can help support another area. If there's shortages in Meriden, then Manchester, which is a larger base, may be able to help. So given that Town A's subscribers cannot view Town B's programming, using Town A's PEG fees to subsidize Town B's losses means that subscribers who pay them have no direct benefit. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not, but first of all, I haven't testified that we use subscriber
Yeah.
fees to different areas. That's your words, not mine. In fact, we do not do that. I think if you're looking for an example where one of our studios might help out the other, suppose we had a portable camera in one studio area that was broken or unavailable for some reason, we could take a remote camera from the other area and lend it out to that studio for the day. That's the type of assistance I think we would have in mind.
Thank you.
And I would just like to please ask that instead of testifying as part of your question, I would really prefer that if you're going to characterize something that's in the record, please point to those statements made by Cox, please.
I will do so, Attorney Bester. Thank you. I'd like to turn now to some of the support letters that you referenced in your opening statement, because you said in your opening statement that Cox has strong support from Meriden Cable Advisory Council and the Mayor of Cheshire, correct?
Correct.
You know that the mayor of Cheshire is Peter Talbot, the former Cox, Connecticut Government Affairs Manager who served in that role since 1986, recently ending his 37-year career with Cox before becoming mayor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In the Cable Advisory Council letter, the letter provided no evidence that producers, users, or the public were consulted before issuing that opposition letter, correct?
I can't control the contents of someone else's letter.
No, I just asked if there was any evidence that producers or users of the
Well,
public.
I don't think he can respond to that question, Ms. Wetler. That would not be within his knowledge, I would presume.
I would say there is evidence in the letter that the chairman of the Cable Advisory Council expressed direct opposition to Nutmeg's plan in that letter.
And I was at the meeting that they unanimously voted against it.
All right, well, thank you for that. The letter also asserts that residents depend disproportionately on PEG channels and that Nutmeg TV would silence community members. Do you know of any data or evidence to support the claims that Nutmeg TV would silence community members?
I'm sorry, the letter,
The advisory council letter. Was-
again, I'm not gonna attest to
It's in the
words of
record.
another person.
Okay.
I understand it's in the person, but I didn't say that. The Cable Advisory Council said that.
I just wondered if you had any supporting documentation or knew of anything in this record that Nutmeg TV would silence community members in Area 17.
Well, I think the fact that Nutmeg intends to close the studio should it take over operations is evidence enough.
Thank you. Roy? I'd like to introduce Dr. Temple, the president of our board of directors, who is one of the founders of Nutmeg TV, who was able to join us here today to ask you a few questions.
Thank you, Joni. I'd like to ask, do non-cable subscribers in your service area have any access to the information programs on any of the PEG channels in your service area? And if so, how? Non-cable subscribers.
Sure.
You don't have to be a cable subscriber to be involved in public access. So yes, they have access to it.
How do they have access?
Well, they
Fine.
could come to a studio.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking, how do they get to see what is produced?
Much of what's produced is available online.
So yeah, either if they're not a cable subscriber, they can go to our website and view content as well.
So if I go to your website, I can see content from P, E, and G channels.
No, P only. We do not operate the E and G channels.
So only cable subscribers can see what's on E and G.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Only cable subscribers can see what's on E and G.
Yes. The E and G channels, well,
Unless they have their own,
the E and G operators very well may broadcast that content over the internet as well. It is not at all uncommon for public meetings, for example, to be broadcast on YouTube. I have no specific knowledge of how they broadcast that material.
Thank
I do
you.
know that it is available for viewing amongst the cable subscribers.
Would I be able to learn that on your website?
You would be able to learn that by contacting the town and asking them where their government channel is available or where the E and G channel is available.
All right, thank you. In NTV 32, Cox responded that there is an annual $9.81 PEG fee assessed on cable subscribers in Area 17. Is that correct?
did not get into the individual PEG fee there, no.
Yeah, I don't see individual pay fees discussed in NTV 32. I
Would you,
can tell you that the Meriden PEG fee for 2025 is $9.50. And that for 2026, it was adjusted to $9.81.
That answers my question. Thank you. So divided by 12, that $9.81 PEG fee would amount to 82 cents a month on my bill?
That's correct.
Thank you. Are you aware that not all companies in Connecticut pass on that fee to their customers?
I am not aware that all companies do not do that.
Thank you. Does Cox pass that fee on to all customers, all cable customers?
It does as permitted by statute.
Thank you. Does a Cox customer's cable bill have a separate line item showing the amount that they are being charged specifically for PEG each month?
Yes, it does.
Would it surprise you to know that the PEG fee that I am personally charged, which is several dollars higher than annually in Area 17, is still only about 0.003% of my monthly cable bill?
I have no knowledge of your cable bill, sir.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I'd like to turn to NTV's pre-filed testimony, Q153. And Robin, would you be able to put up slide 2 for me? Let me know when you're ready, if you're there. This would be the excerpt of that. Nutmeg TV reports that the town of Southington in Area 17 applied for and received a PEGpedia grant from the state of Connecticut for broadcasting equipment. In their grant application, the municipality said that they were applying for this equipment because, quote, there are 0 viewers for the town's public access Cox station and it has not been broadcasting. What do you think that statement means?
Yeah, I would like to add that this is not the municipality that applied for the grant. It says it's Southington TV, but this is a group that was formed apparently in town to create content. I know Southington itself, one of the government channels has applied for PEGpedia grant has been awarded, but this specific one you're referring to is not from a municipality that's an E&G operator.
Well, this was a PEGpedia grant application that was approved by PURA as we assumed as the municipality. Still applies.
Right. Again, the question would be, why do you believe that this group then had to create their own Southington TV channel group?
Again, I can't tell you what's in the mind of people other than me. I don't know.
Has this come up in the advisory council meetings at all?
Has not, no.
Could we go to slide 3, Robin? Thank you very much. This slide shows the website for Southington TV created by the Southington community. And I just want to make sure you have no knowledge of Southington TV whatsoever.
To my knowledge, I do not believe they have reached out to use public access in Area 17 through Cox Communications.
They were saying that they're in that previous, in that grant, that the channel was dark. Why was the channel dark?
I, again, would refer back to the fact that they were referring to their government channel. I can attest that our public channel is not dark.
We can also attest to the fact that they have a connection for the government channel. But as we've explained, we do not control what's broadcast on the government channel.
Do you happen to know if they have a video playback server in that, or are you handling the content that is passed through to the customers?
Correct, pass through. So the E&G channels, most, I believe, do have their own playback automation besides doing live meetings as well. But it's just direct to our head end and that's it.
Certainly. You use a cablecast system. Is that something that they also potentially use to interconnect with you, or
I can't speak to each individual server. I know we did put in the encoders in which they transmit back to us, though. That I can speak to.
Do you happen to know the brand of those encoders?
Those are Drake PEG
Great.
encoders.
Sounds good. Thank you. Um, I'd like to, thank you, Robin. In OCC 3, you have a template of programs and time slots.
What was the reference again?
OCC 3, it's the programming schedule template, kind of. It's not the exact, well, it might be the exact, I don't want to misspeak. But it seems like a generic schedule.
It looked, if I recall the exhibit, which I can pull up here, it was like a 13-week scheduling block from what I remember.
This was just a Sunday to Saturday schedule.
So, okay, I'm sorry, what's the question then?
The question's, is this accurate as to what would be on the public channel throughout the 52-week year, or as you said, even a 13-week season?
Yeah, I would say those are the time slots that were allocated for those 13 weeks, and that's why they just submitted one per quarter.
Okay, great. I'm noticing a lot of programming that's not produced in Area 17 here. Would you concur with that assessment? Specifically, things such as Classic Art Showcase, CT Valley Views, White House Chronicles, et cetera.
Yes, there is some sponsored content that's aired on the channel, yes.
And it just, to me, because I also air a lot of these programs as well in Area 17, it seems to be over 50% of your schedule is content that is not in Area 17 here. So is that correct in my assumptions on this?
I believe we reported, I don't recall the number, but we did not list 50%. We did 50% repeat, I believe is what we referred to.
You report 24% of your programming in 2025 is currently locally produced. Is that correct?
Which response, was that what page?
That would be in your annual report for 2025. Yeah, that's fine. We can move on. That's fine. In OCC 29, you said that you only had 30 users annually. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You stated in OCC 29, you only have 30 users annually. Is that correct in the Meriden?
No, the response says the number of appointments per week is variable, but averages between 4 and 5 per week. At 32 plus hours per week, that's only reference to 30 that I see in our response.
Thank you. We can go to those appointments then. 4 to 5 appointments per week with each appointment lasting around 4 to 5 hours. Can you explain why a user would need 4 to 5 hours to create one show?
Sure. I would say an edit session could take 4 hours and they might not be done and have to come back and continue to work on a project.
Okay. And Cox allocates that time to that producer beyond the 4 or 5 hours? Even?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the studio appointments, though, are those also 4 to 5 hours?
No, it's what's needed.
Okay.
We don't block it off, but.
So someone can go to the Cox facility, make an appointment, and then it's just however long that appointment takes to create that show?
Yeah, I mean, they typically gauge a couple-hour block just to make sure somebody else, doesn't show up at the same time to utilize similar equipment.
Certainly. Cox answered in NTV 37 and 38 that you currently offer standard def programming in 4x3. Do the PEG channels look as equal quality as your other Cox programming across your networks?
We did respond that it's, are in standard def, but it is not 4:3, it's 16:9. I believe that's on the record somewhere else too.
So is it 720 by 480 widescreen?
It's 16:9, not
Oh.
720 by 480 though. So,
Okay, 16 by 9. What is the resolution then of the channel?
so that is, the Drake encoder does down convert it down to SD,
Okay,
480i.
all right, thank you. You recently moved your facility from Cheshire to Meriden, correct, within the last 5 years?
Correct.
During that move, how come you didn't upgrade the channels if you're using a Drake to 1080?
The Drakes were in place prior to that.
And the Drakes, you said the Drakes down convert, could they take 1080? Yeah, how come you don't?
We do feed them 1080.
But how come you don't broadcast in 1080?
Because we have other concerns about carriage on our network. So we've broadcast PEG in standard definition, which we feel meets the requirements.
So I'm just clarifying here, you are choosing, you have a system in place that can do HD and you are choosing to down convert your 1080 signal to standard def.
We broadcast in standard def, yes.
Thank you. On your website, for Apple Valley 17, Area 17 residents, they need to email a gmail.com email address. It's called coxnortheast@gmail.com instead of an official cox.com. It is
Can you repeat the question number again? Sorry.
on your website.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were referencing.
No, I'm sorry. I want to just be clear. On your website, it lists a coxnortheast@gmail.com, whereas your other areas, such as North Central Enfield, list a cox.com email address. Can you explain why you're using a Gmail account instead of a cox.com account for that?
I can't, and that shouldn't happen. So I will definitely look into that. It should be a cox.com account.
Thank you. And one of your employees, Mr. Al, and I'm sorry for the last name here, Signore?
Signore,
Thank you. He's the contact person for Area 17, is that correct?
correct.
And he's also a contact person for Cox 45. That's also listed on your website, is that correct?
Is that what it says on the website?
That's his email on Cox 45.
Well,
I just-
the email says, what's the email? Sorry.
This Al Signore's email at cox.com. That's on Cox 45.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, where's the website in the record?
Subject to check.
Yep. I'm just curious because if he's the contact person for Cox 45, what area does that serve?
Yeah. Okay. So Cox 45 is a PEG channel in Cleveland, Ohio, and it's essentially inactive at this point. It's in the process of being decommissioned, but yes, Al Signore does vote a couple times a month. He will upload a program onto Cox 45 for the Cleveland system.
And where is he located?
He's located in Meriden.
In Meriden, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're turning now to Frontier. In NTV1, Cox refused to provide its PEG interconnection agreement with Frontier. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why did you refuse to provide the agreement?
Because interconnection agreements are private contracts between private companies.
Cox does receive PEG subscriber fees from Frontier, does it not?
We do.
In NTV 22, Cox says it receives the fees from Frontier, but did not disclose the amount of fees it receives from Meriden Area 17. So we would like to request Commissioner Cheeseman a late filed exhibit for Frontier fees paid to Cox Meriden over the last 10 years.
So Frontier does provide PEG fees to Cox. They do not provide PEG fees in separate accounts. They only provide us the total for all three systems. So we receive one payment from Frontier, and Cox does not have any way to divide which franchise those fees are attributable to.
Would you be willing to reach out to Frontier and ask them for that breakdown? They do provide us with that breakdown.
We can try, yes.
Or at least give us some indication of a disclosure of the fees that Cox has received from Frontier over a 10-year period.
Well,
That's in the
we do
annual report.
disclose the fees that Frontier gives us. That's the total amount. So for 2025, Frontier provided us with $35,696. I can't tell you what portion of that amount is attributable to customers in Meriden versus customers in Enfield or Manchester.
Then the late filed exhibit should be 10 years of Frontier fees to Cox, even if it's in an aggregate amount for all three areas.
I mean,
We've already provided
No, only
5
5.
years worth of fees. I mean,
Essentially,
they're in the cap filings.
May I ask, is there a purpose of going back 10 years when it appears that most of what has been provided is on a 5-year basis? Is there anything specific to this specific question that requires going back 10 years?
No,
Is it acceptable?
I think 5 years should be sufficient
And
then.
is
5 years.
is 5 years in the record?
already in the record.
Already in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your opening statement, you referred to support from the Cox's, from the town of Cheshire's Mayor Peter Talbot. And I will quote a portion of Mr. Talbot's letter that says the town has had a very collaborative relationship with Cox dating back to the 90s when Cheshire Town Council meetings began to be televised. It would appear by this quote that government meetings on the G channel are important to the town of Cheshire. Would you agree with that?
I can't speak for the town of Cheshire, no.
Okay, well, according to his letter, I would take that assumption. So in reference to NTV 23, what,
I hate to object, but I mean, to intervene. But the same standard we've been applying, but generally, like, please don't offer testimony in the form of questions. You just provided a statement that wasn't a question as a follow-up to the response, and we can't allow that. So
Thank
just stick
you.
to the questions. Thank you.
refer to NTV 23. Why did Cox respond they are only providing one channel, the P channel, to Frontier subscribers?
Sure.
Sure. As noted before in the record, we do not oversee the programming of those individual E and G channels, just the handoff. That was something that we encouraged the individual government educational channels to conduct themselves.
So shouldn't Frontier subscribers in Area 17 have all three channels so they can see these government and education meetings?
That sounds like a question for Frontier.
You have an interconnection agreement with Frontier for the Cox distribution system of the E and G channels, correct?
To provide them with the P channel. E and G channels is Frontier's decision.
your distribution.
Not necessarily. We know other E&G channels throughout the state that have a direct connection at their site, not through the video service providers. So I would disagree with that.
So our Frontier subscriber fees, so folks with Frontier who are paying that $35,000 that you just referenced, they're unable to see their E&G channels in Area 17.
I don't know. I don't have knowledge of Frontier's system.
Thank you. Cox refused to answer NTV1 to provide subscriber counts, saying they were confidential.
Correct.
Are Cox's reported subscriber numbers verified through any external audits?
They're not verified through external audits, no.
Thank you. You've already answered this. In your rebuttal letter, Mr. DeRoche, that you filed in this docket, you said that Cox maintains offices in Connecticut and that its employees live and work in the very communities where Cox operates CAP studios. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do all employees with salary allocations to PEG live and work in the areas within the Cox franchise areas?
I can't attest that every Cox employee stationed in Connecticut lives within one of the franchise areas. I can attest that Cox employees stationed in Connecticut live in all of our franchise areas.
So then an employee that Cox reports in annual reports to PIRA, like Ms. Fernandez, who's located in Rhode Island, with 10% of her salary dedicated to PEG, would be allocated an employee from out of state. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Fernandez is a supervisor of the employees who work at the local studios.
Thank you. And you reported 10% of her salary, or $41,445 to PEG. Thank you for that.
I don't believe it was salary. I believe we attested that 10% of her time was allocated towards supervising the studios or the employees within the studios.
Thank you. She was listed as one of the employees.
Ms. Weller, again, it was another statement as a follow-up to the question. Like, you got to ask questions. The testimony's got to come from over there, nowhere else. Not the council table, and also not over here. Thank you.
Apologies, really. It's not my intention. This is my first time asking cross-examination during these proceedings, so I appreciate your understanding.
And I understand that, and this is obviously as a new thing, but we do want to make sure we are applying the same standard to everybody here. So if you could
Absolutely.
proceed, thank you.
So Cox Area 17 has operated at a net loss. We've already talked about that, while producing an average of one program per week, as stated in OCC 10, correct?
OCC 10 has to do
48
with funding, not programs.
My mistake. We'll find that. I'll come back to that. Mr. DeRoche, you said in your opening statement that Cox is familiar with the difficulties facing PEG services in the state, correct?
Correct.
What are those difficulties?
I think that there are a number of competing platforms that are providing new and different opportunities for people to air their content that have nothing to do with PEG. And they're facing competition, as all of us are.
What is Cox's plan to continue providing meaningful public access with a shrinking subscriber base?
Well, I think we've demonstrated for a number of years now what that plan is. We will continue to manage PEG Studios. We will continue to drive efficiencies and seek creative solutions to keep PEG alive and provide our subscribers with a platform.
Thank you. As I was unable to find that question, that I had the wrong number, we're going to pass and we're going to go to Mr. Noel.
Again, for the record, my name is Dennis Noel. I'm a board member at Nutmeg TV. Just a couple of last questions on the rebuttal letter.
Sure.
I believe that that was dated April 26th and from you, Mr. DeRoche, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
In that letter, you identify or claim that Nutmeg lacks significant details, yet identifies no PURA interrogatory or Nutmeg that Nutmeg refused to answer, or no statutory requirement Nutmeg failed to meet. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Nutmeg failed to respond to a number of our interrogatories and responded late to several more. Nutmeg also has submitted numerous documents making assertions that were completely unfounded and lacking detail in this record. So I believe that is an accurate statement.
So you are aware that Nutmeg submitted a vision document, operating plan, more than 70 pages of testimony, far exceeding the level of detail in any prior PEG acquisition docket in Connecticut.
I'm aware that Nutmeg filed a vision statement, yes. I found the vision statement sorely lacking in detail.
What about the operating plan?
Similarly with the operating plan. In fact, I believe we established on cross-examination that a number of the details of your plan were simply unavailable. You're still not able to answer basic questions about parts of your plan. For example, if PURA was to not grant you every petition, but only certain petitions, would Nutmeg proceed? I don't believe we've had an answer to that response yet. We've asked it numerous times.
Okay. All right, moving on. You claim in your rebuttal letter that Nutmeg TV cannot ensure equivalent value for subscribers paying different PEG fees. What does Cox mean by that?
Well, I believe what I was referring to is the fact that Nutmeg's proposal, as I understand it, would consolidate multiple franchise areas into a single facility. As you've pointed out, that those franchise areas will be collecting different fees and will have different expectations of what service levels are necessary for those areas. They're not only different franchise areas, but they're different franchise areas across different video providers. So there's no consistency. And I believe that the statute is not exactly clear as to how those funds are going to be used, because they're not being used in the local franchise area, they're being used in a remote franchise area. And Nutmeg has not provided a clear plan of how it plans to keep those funds segregated from one another.
Are you aware that in all three Cox areas, Enfield, Manchester, and Meriden, the prescriber fees are all different? And in fact, Manchester subscribers pay $0.73 more than Meriden subscribers?
Yes. What I would point out is number one, all of those 3 studios are being provided by a single video provider. Number two, I would note that those communities are much more similar than the disparate regions that Nutmeg is proposing to take over, which include vastly different demographic areas. Finally, number three, what I would say is we still operate a studio in each of those franchise areas. We're not taking away services from any franchise area and requiring them to move to a remote location. So I can demonstrate, and I believe we have demonstrated in the record, that the franchise fees collected for those areas are in fact being spent in those areas. They're not being transferred to some remote location and some third-party operator, which would be the case in Nutmeg's scenario.
I'm sorry. Okay. In other words, Meriden subscribers are treated potentially differently than Cox because of the fee is less?
I don't understand that question.
Is it, because the fees differ, are you differentiating in your service?
No, we're providing all of our customers with the same levels and capabilities in their own studios.
Thank you. Cox has reported that its PEG facilities have been net negative for several years now, and Nutmeg TV, experiencing the same revenue losses, is not operating in the red. To keep PEG facilities sustainable, consolidating PEG operations can take advantage of common management, personnel, facilities, technologies. Do you agree with that?
I agree that PEG studios can take advantage of efficiencies to run less costly, yes.
Despite that Cox is aware of the statutory criteria PURA must apply when comparing Cox and Nutmeg TV for CAP responsibility designation in Area 17, Cox did not file any pre-filed testimony to support this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. We did not file pre-filed testimony. We filed rebuttal testimony.
That's all. Nothing to
Right. That concludes our.
Thank you. I will turn now to, once you've vacated and take your time, I will turn now to Pura staff for cross of our witness panel. And
Morning.
good morning, Attorney Church. Do you think you can complete by noon, or will we need a little bit more
I
time?
believe so.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Briefly following up on the Cox 45 Cleveland question, you mentioned that it was in the process of being decommissioned. Is that a recent decommission or is it an ongoing decommission? Longer?
So within the last 6 months, the local community has approached us asking about decommissioning.
Prior to the recent 6 months, did Mr. Senior have more time spent on Cox 45?
No, it's been relatively inactive for several years. My understanding is that Al Señor's role is basically uploading a handful of programs once a month kind of thing.
And it's been the status for a few years.
Yes.
If you could turn to NTV 45. I'm just wondering, how did Cox interpret Nutmeg's request for regular users? Or approximate number of regular users?
Yeah, I think this is just from the CAP reports, what we generally report.
Okay, so as you're sitting here today, how do you interpret that number?
But
Is that per week, per year, per month? And what is a regular user?
Yeah, I would say it's one public access producer that could come in multiple times a year.
that, for example, the 2020 at 47, that's for the entire year, but it's 47 users that, so within that, a user might come in once, a user might come in 12 times, once a month kind of thing.
Thank you. Does Cox have any customers in areas where Cox does not currently serve as the CAP?
I don't believe in Connecticut.
Restate the question, please.
Absolutely. I was wondering if Cox has any, and this is Connecticut specific. Does Cox service any areas where Cox does not also serve as the CAP?
And let me just clarify, I don't believe we have any residential customers in service areas where we are not the CAP.
We've discussed the Frontier fees, and you noted that they are not separated when they come from Frontier. How does Cox then allocate these unseparated fees back between its studios?
Basically, we pool all the money in a single account, and the division is done by numbers in franchise. So if one franchise accounts for, say, 47% of the total, they'd get 47% of the.
So it's based on the subscriber count in each of your areas. It gets divided back on that?
Our internal, yeah. Subscribe.
In your response to OCC 7, and this is from your annual report as well. Can you just clarify for me the approximate number of studio users / yearly? You've written 1032. Is that per month and per year?
Yeah, I believe that's what is stated there. Yes, it would be 10 users and they came in 32 times throughout the year.
Okay, so it's the users and how many times the users then use the studio.
I believe that's how it's been interpreted, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it Cox's position that the CAP fees collected in one municipality can only be used in that municipality?
I believe it's Cox's position that CAP fees collected in a municipality can only be used within that franchise area.
Okay, so if Cox.
For example, Meriden is within franchise area 17, as is Cheshire. Funds could be collected from either Cheshire or Meriden and applied to the area 17 CAP facility.
That is the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Bester, do you want redirect now, or would you prefer to break early for lunch and then come back and do?
I think it's set up. I don't know that we would need a lot of time, so maybe we can have a quick discussion,
Like 2 minutes?
2 minutes,
Yeah.
and then it require more time than an hour.
Okay.
I just have a very few number of questions, so I think we could get them out of the way.
All right, that would be great. Thank you, Attorney Bester.
So for the record, Attorney Zachary Buster, appearing on behalf of Cox. So there are questions from Nutmeg that seem to elucidate, or well, there was a question about whether your subscriber fees are verified through an outside audit. Can you describe to me how Cox tracks its subscriber fees? Or sorry, its subscriber numbers?
Certainly, we track them through our billing service. So as customers are billed and they're paid off, we keep track of the subscriber counts and what fees and expenses they're paying in their bills. So yeah, it is kept track of quite tightly.
So would you say it's in Cox's interest to understand its accurately understand its number of subscribers?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
That was speedy. All right. We will recess for lunch. Maybe this buys you an extra 7 minutes. We will return at 12:30. Thank you.
We've been stuck in this enough times to know you gotta bring supplies.
I'm not gonna lie, there's maybe some, trail mix and some cheese in the car.
Yeah, those guys are not. Missed out.
you remember what time they said that? I think it was 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah. It's like, that's okay. I'll see you in a few. Sounds good. Caffeine or sugar? Both.
Yes, very much. That didn't work. Looks more like Oldford. Two. I aspire to meet your standard. Oh, come on. No, I'm serious. You did a good job. Not BSing. Yeah. You'll. I really do think between the advantage of having a few extra days there and knowing sort of what was coming, sure, as well as having more familiarity, is the difference.
Thank you.
I don't think those guys. I'm gonna have mine out so I can get telling the Bible, even though technically I don't know that I need it inside mine. So I guess I wanted it. So. Ali told me to talk very fast to make it harder for you.
Never. Causing trouble. It's my middle name.
Make it hard, just want to get out of here.
No, I just want to make trouble.
Try to help.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm more concerned about Ronnie. Ronnie's not here. He's, you know. My kids. So Colleen, you know what I've dubbed him to be? No. I call him Saint Ronnie. Oh. And I'll leave it to your imagination. What is the basis? What is the basis for Saint? That tells you how long you. No, please never. I don't want to stop.
All right, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. And we will proceed with OCC cross of the charter panel if everyone is so prepared. Please proceed.
Thank you. To begin, as with in previous hearing dates, I've organized my questions by statutory prong, 1 through 8 of 16-331A subsection C, and I hope that you will keep this context in mind when answering these questions. Thank you. To begin, can you please describe for us Charter's role as a community access provider of PEG services in Area 19?
Yes, good afternoon. We view our role as being a facilitator for the production of content, providing technical support, and obviously doing other related things like promotion of the channel, training of content users, and those types of activities that ultimately support the production of PEG content.
Thank you. Please reference Connecticut General Statute Section 16-331A subsection C, the first criteria, which is the recommendations of the Cable Advisory Council of Area 19 and of the municipalities in the franchise area. Is there anything in the record demonstrating Charter's efforts to secure the support of the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council, municipalities, or residents?
I'll let Jennifer Young address that question.
We did not actively seek anything from our municipalities or the Cable Council. I do know that they are on record with a letter, but we did not conduct any outreach in advance of this hearing.
Thank you. I do understand that the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council submitted written comment on March 13th, 2026, expressing its support of Nutmeg's petition to assume responsibility in Area 19. In light of this, can you tell me if Charter has subsequently reached out to the Advisory Council or conducted any outreach to secure their support after that was filed?
Sorry.
We have not. The meeting that was in between the letter and the hearing was canceled.
I would like to know, and obviously I can't, as others got similar questions, I'm not speaking on behalf of the advisory council, but I would just like to note that one of the criticisms that they expressed in their letter related to a policy issue relating to the merger that Pura has already approved. So that's clearly not directly related to PEG. And I would also note that from a timing perspective, and again, I can't speak to what their circumstances are, as Jen said, based on our lack of outreach. But the timing of their letter was timed relative to a vision statement submission, and it was not timed relative to the submission of an operating plan, which now proposes the closure of the Newtown studio. So I think it is fair to say that that's a not insignificant intervening event.
Are you aware of anything in the record filed by the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council subsequent to that operating plan?
No.
Okay, thank you. What can you tell me about the needs of the Area 19 community as they relate to PEG and community access?
So we reach out to and work with the Cable Council. We attend every Cable Council meeting in addition to extensive community outreach at a number of different events in the community, at the Rotaries, at farmers markets. We do tours of our facility to expose folks to access and hear back from the community in terms of what they feel that they need. We also do studio tours, open houses. So we do a variety of different community outreach to understand what the needs are of Area 19.
Thank you. Has Charter increased community interest and involvement in community access operations over the last several years?
Sorry, give me 1 second. So if you take a look at some of our last few years of producers and the outreach we've done, we've got a number of users, new users within the last 3 years that have become producers at our facility based on our outreach.
And just to sharpen Ms. Young's comment, if you look at kind of an itemized listing of active users, many of those users are relatively recent. These are not people who have been producing content for 20 years or 10 years, as Jen stated. They are users that entered our system or became producers within the last few years. So that clearly would demonstrate that we are reaching people if we are getting new content producers.
Are you citing from some data that's in the record already, or is this something outside the record?
This is outside the record.
Would you be willing to add this as a late filed exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would be late filed exhibit 33. And how would you like me to describe that, Ms. Ash, as an update on?
I would say evidence of increased community interest in community access.
Is that clear?
Yes, and just to clarify, what we will do is generate data showing content producers, and I think when they started or when they initiated, which I think would demonstrate that they were somehow contacted, through outreach if they recently joined our program.
Okay, I presume that the format that would be most accessible and understandable for developing this particular line of questioning.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
appreciated. Thank you. Please reference OCC 1 Exhibit A. In its annual community access provider reports, Charter writes that volunteers are vital to the spirit of community access experience. Can you tell us what volunteering opportunities does Charter make available to members of the community?
Sure. So for every training class that we have the potential producers fill out a survey. As part of that survey, we ask them if they would like to volunteer their services on other shows that are produced at the facility. At times, people come in and want to produce a show, but do not have the camera operators or the switchboard operators to make that show. So those folks who've gone through our training, whether on the editing or the cameras or the switchboard, then can also volunteer to actually help produce a show.
Thank you. And what can you tell us about volunteer participation in Area 19 in 2025, let's say?
Okay. In 2025, we would have had about 3 people volunteer on shows.
Thank you. What can you tell us about the speaking engagements related to promotion and outreach of community access that Charter includes in its annual reports?
So as I said earlier, we do a number of different speaking engagements at various community events. They can be anything from farmers markets to rotaries, car shows, senior centers, libraries, or also we've been invited to certain communities to speak as well. We did so in Southbury. So there's a number of events that we try to bring our pop-up tent and promote access in the community.
Thank you. Please reference Charter's response to OCC 15. Therein, it is referenced Charter's October 1st, 2025 motion for extension of time in the annual community access support review docket, which is 250106, wherein Charter advised Pura that it had received input from the Cable Advisory Council with regards to plans for Charter's self-identified budget surplus. Following up, can you tell me if Charter made any of the 5 expenditures that the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council recommended it make with that budget surplus that was identified?
One of the primary issues that Ms. Young had discussed with and had arisen during previous conversations was their interest in us moving to an HD platform. And so as noted in our response and then in my opening statement, we did in fact spend approximately $75,000 last year on new HD cameras and related equipment. And as I noted in my opening statement, we are also moving forward with launching our PEG channel in HD. And that was a priority interest for the advisory
That
council.
was the number 1 priority.
Thank you. Can you clarify for me, when you say launching the access channel in HD, are you talking about the P channel or also the E and G channels?
With the P channel.
Just the P channel?
Yes.
Would it require different equipment to put the E and G channels in HD?
That's a technical question I don't know if I can answer at this time. We run town specific, so I'm not sure exactly what equipment they have at their end, which would likely require some swapping of equipment, I would assume. But again, I'm not a technical person, so I can't say for certain.
Thank you. So to clarify, there were expenditures that were referenced in the footnotes of OCC 13 and OCC 14. of quote, $73,649 in funds that Charter expended from the surplus for the purchase of HD cameras and an upgraded switcher. And it is, am I correct to understand that Charter's contention is it made those expenditures at the express request of the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council?
I would say, obviously, the advisory council is just that. They are an advisory council, so we obviously take their input seriously, and we honored their request. But we also, recognize that there was a benefit to moving us to an HD platform, and so we made that judgment call as a cap as well. So it was, I think, a combination of both would be how I would answer the question.
Thank you. Can you tell me when the advisory council first made the request or recommendation to move to HD?
I would say it's a theme that's been heard probably around the last 2 years.
Just 2 years?
That's my recollection. Could go back further, but
Thank you. Do you recall the other 4 expenditures requested by the Area 19 Advisory Council in their recommendation?
I don't, because their top priority really was the move to HD.
Okay. Can you tell us if Charter has made any other expenditures at the express request of the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council or the community municipalities? And if so, what were they?
I'm not aware of really any other requests outside of the most recent requests around the surplus.
Does Charter have any written support from the Area 19 community that is not currently included in the record?
No, we did not seek any.
May I ask why?
I think at the time, only had a vision statement. We really weren't aware of what the operating plan was, and we certainly didn't want to cause panic with our access producers or municipalities with the thought of a studio closing because we did not have that information. So we did not reach out to anybody at the time.
Thank you.
I would just underscore that the timing has been discussed on several occasions in this proceeding, kind of dating back to the submission of a letter petition last September. And it was just that, a letter petition that was 2 pages. There were then a series of other filings made. The only thing that we feel that is meaningful enough to react to is the operating plan, which has holes in it, which was filed at the end of April. So we are now 6 or 7 weeks into this, and that's my only observation. If there's an issue of reaching out to the community, we obviously are open to doing that, but I think we were reacting to an operating plan which we believe has serious flaws.
Can you remind me if Charter sent in any interrogatories after the operating plan was submitted to Nutmeg?
We did, yes. And many of those responses were inadequately answered.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to the second prong. Can you clarify, does Charter use Telview or a system like Telview in its community access operations?
We do.
Telview itself or a different one?
We have a system where producers can upload their content. We do not allow them to schedule their own programming. We do that ourselves with our own Telview or similar like piece of equipment.
And that's for the P channel or also the E and G?
That's just for the P. We do not manage the E and G channels. They control their programming and on those channels on their own.
Can you please reference Charter's response to OCC 33, as well as the OCC 9 exhibits?
If I may, Ms. Ash, did you have a particular exhibit in OCC 9 or all of them?
I believe they were all in one document. And yes, it is just the one document. The one dated October 2nd, 2019. Can you please describe for us the formula that Charter used to arrive at the studio utilization percentage referenced in both of these responses?
Yes, so we took the total number of workdays and the total, is it multiplied by the total number of hours? The total number of workdays? Yes, the total number of hours of operation times the total number of workdays gave us a number. And we took the studio hours used, the editing hours used, and the training hours used and add those up. And then we divided those to come out with the utilization number.
Thank you. In the first exhibit provided in response to OCC 9, Charter states, quote, Charter will be consolidating public access studios into a single location in Newtown on December 31st, 2019, end quote. Please also reference Charter's response to NTB 2, which is a list of the 21 towns in Area 19. Can you please confirm if it is Charter's position that it adequately serves all 21 towns in Area 19 with its one consolidated studio in Newtown?
Yes, that is our position.
Please reference OCC 9A, which asks how the success of each community access studio is measured internally. It also asks for analysis done by the company regarding the costs and benefits of continuing to run community access operations, absent any statutory or franchise requirement and/or funding. Charter has responded that Charter has not identified internal documentation responsive to this request. Am I correct to understand this response means Charter does not measure the success of the Area 19 Community Access Studio?
What Charter views its obligation to be is to ensure that we have a professional staff, appropriate equipment, available training, reasonable business hours, and all of the other elements that are required in the law, and that we create a forum or an opportunity for residents and our subscribers to produce content. That's what we view our responsibility to be. We believe that we are meeting that responsibility. And so we do not kind of score, for lack of a better term, whether or not we're evaluating the amount of content or the quality of content. I would say that that is contrary to the policy objective of why PEG was created to begin with, which was to create a neutral electronic, square, right? For First Amendment speech, for diverse content, right? So we're not in the business of evaluating that content or assessing whether or not that content could be better or there could be more of it. We are creating an opportunity.
Thank you. So with that position in mind, I suppose my next question would be directly related to the second prong, which is performance in providing community access. Without any written documentation assessing whether goals are being met for community access, how would Charter best position its performance to be evaluated?
We would position our performance to be evaluated based on everything I just said, right? Which is, are we running a modern studio with competent staff, with appropriate equipment, that has accessible business hours, that has opportunities for training? Are we doing adequate promotion? And as Ms. Young noted, we're out in the community. We are doing very extensive PSAs on a diverse range of networks. So this opportunity is not being concealed. I think we are doing our best to create an opportunity. And as someone said earlier, the reality is that there are competing platforms, right? So we can give folks an opportunity to produce PEG content, but we can't necessarily force them to use our platform relative to YouTube or something else that they may find more attractive.
Would it be fair to say that performance is treated more as a checklist then by Charter than something that is qualitatively analyzed?
I wouldn't agree with that assessment, no.
Can you explain why or what might be a better way of characterizing it?
I think my previous response kind of stands for itself. So I kind of outlined the manner in which we judge our own performance.
Okay, thank you. Switching to the third prong, does Charter have a rainy day contingency fund associated with its PEG operations that is intended to cover unexpected costs?
We do not have a rainy day fund per se, but as noted in the record, Charter has been operating our system in Western Connecticut as at a slight surplus. So if you look at over the last approximately 4 years, we accumulated a surplus of approximately $120,000, right? Which reflects about 40% of an annual operating budget, right? So we had an accumulated surplus of about $120,000 on an annual operating budget of about $300,000. We used a portion of that, as I noted, to purchase new HD cameras. So we currently have a balance of about $45,000 relative to an annual operating budget of $300,000. So I would characterize that as a rainy day fund, even though we don't have that identified specifically in that manner.
Thank you. I may want to come back to that in another section of questioning, but for now, we'll stick with this prong. I want to make sure that I can appropriately assess Charter's operating plan for its CAP activities in Area 19. Can you tell me, is there an operating plan currently in the record other than that information which is provided in the annual reports in OCC 1?
The annual report is obviously the annual report, as you noted. There were also a series of questions asked about internal budgeting that we responded to. They were either your questions or Nutmeg's questions, where we also generated additional or different budget information. And then there was obviously the worksheet that you requested as a supplemental document, which we provided as well. Sorry, the financial worksheet.
Okay. I'm thinking just a straight up operating plan.
Our operating plan is the studios that we operate, that's reflected in how we expend our dollars and where we expend our dollars.
Okay. For our clarification of sort of how Charter got to have two non-contiguous areas of Area 19, can you explain for us how this situation was achieved, that Charter has sort of two Area 19s on the map that are legally one?
I don't object, Commissioner. I don't understand the relevance to the question.
Could you explain why you would like to get an answer to this
can,
question,
and
Ms. Ash?
Perhaps I should move on to the following questions, which would illuminate why that is background information I had hoped
If that
we
will
would
make it clear, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. This is as stated in previous hearings, so we can be sure that we're comparing apples to apples between Charter's current and future operating plans and those of Nutmeg regarding decisions that may impact the interests of Area 19 subscribers. Can you confirm, does Charter plan to continue to operate the Newtown studio into the foreseeable future, regardless of the outcome of these petitions?
Well, I guess if the agency were to decide that we are not operating the studio, then the answer would be no, right? We obviously would abide by the agency's ruling, but your question seemed to imply that somehow we would have a responsibility to run the studio if the agency said we did not. So I don't understand your question.
That's okay.
Okay,
I did not intend to imply that.
okay.
I'll continue with the next questions and you'll see where I'm going, I think. Has Charter had any internal discussions about consolidation of studios between Cox's Connecticut existing studios and Charter's existing studios following the merger's culmination?
I'm
Transaction.
not aware of any discussions like that, nor have I been part of them.
Ms. Ash, I think Commissioner Smith has a question he'd like to ask.
Thank you. So if I think of this as a business segment within the broader company, do you have regular operating reviews with the management of the company, and that might include strategic plan reviews or talking about where you are, where you're going, what your goals and objectives are on an annual or other basis?
So I would expect that, and we can, this is subject to check. I mean, we can certainly follow up on this, Commissioner. As I think I noted in my opening statement, our PEG operations are managed within our Spectrum News division, for lack of a better term. So the person who manages ultimately our PEG studios in Connecticut is within that framework, right? So I would expect kind of the annual review, annual planning to be happening as a matter of course, but I'm not privy to that directly. I don't know if that's responsive.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I missed your opening statement. I was a little bit delayed this morning.
Oh, sorry, this was the opening statement on the first day of the hearing. So I think you were here. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry if I,
Yeah.
oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
All right, please proceed.
Has Charter considered consolidating its Area 19 and Area 10 franchises?
I'm not aware of any such plans.
Can you confirm whether there has been any internal or external discussions of downsizing, closing, consolidating, or realigning community access studios in Connecticut following the Charter-Cox merger transaction?
I'm not aware of any such plans. I would also just note for the record that this wasn't an issue that came up in the context of Pura's review of our transaction, right? So there was nothing that we communicated in that proceeding either, so.
Okay. On the topic of potential franchise or studio consolidations, can you explain for us how Charter achieved a franchise consolidation that resulted in a non-contiguous Area 19 that Charter currently serves with one studio today?
Again, I'm going to object on relevance grounds.
If I may, we are looking at the possibility of a larger consolidation here. And this is a very interesting case study, what Charter has previously done in combining its franchises, two areas into one, by my understanding, because now they serve with one studio in Newtown, where previously they had a studio in Winstead. and that is in the record in this docket. So what I would like to understand is, were there benefits to consolidating? They have previously stated that they adequately serve, I think, 20 towns with one studio. So I'm looking to understand how this franchise merger happened. And then in follow-up questions, I want to ask about lessons learned.
Well, I think the issue of why it happened is less important than how the decision was made. If the witnesses have an idea to consolidate the studios and what the effect on the served communities has been, is that fair?
Yes, there's a subtle distinction between a consolidation of a franchise area. There were two non-contiguous areas that became Area 19 and are currently separated by another company's area. But there's also studio consolidations that happened subsequently. So here in the arena that there has been this transaction between Charter and Cox, both of whom are parties in these proceedings, I think it's very realistic to ask about any planned franchise consolidations as well as studio consolidations that might affect how these consumers are served in relation to Nutmeg's plan, which may very well be to do the same thing based on the information we hear today.
So is it a historic record you're looking at in terms of the franchise consolidation and the effect it had on the served communities?
Yes, I would accept that
Would
information.
that be something your witnesses would feel able to comment on? And the decision, once the decision was made to consolidate, was the effect on the community that lost its studio? How did that play into the decision? Is that? I'm not meaning to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to
I
come
think
up
you
with a
said it
way
better than I did. Thank you.
that the witnesses might be able to respond.
Commissioner, I think I can respond to the question. I would like to go back a half a step and maybe address Ms. Ash's initial question if I can, because I think the factual circumstances are kind of relevant here. There have been comments made in the record drawing a parallel between our experience and what is being proposed here. And I think it's worth distinguishing it in several ways. One is we had 2 studios in one franchise area. Let me repeat that. 2 studios, because it's been mischaracterized in several written comments. We had 2 studios in one franchise area, very different than what's being proposed here. The studios were very different. One studio, the studio that we have now in Newtown, has approximately 1,600 square feet. The one that we had in Winstead had 300 square feet, right? So we as the CAP were looking at our single franchise area and trying to understand how best to manage that single franchise area. And the conclusion we reached was that closing the Winstead studio was a prudent thing to do. Was there going to be some risk of disruption? Of course there was, right? But we managed that risk, I think, in a very responsible way. If you look at the record in this proceeding, it included a PowerPoint that we filed that reflected our informal outreach to then DPUC staff. And before we filed anything, we sat down with, at the time, your agency staff and walked through a transition plan. And if you look at that document, we itemized out who the users were. We weren't going to liquidate the equipment. We gave them cameras that would be beneficial to them. We set up a process whereby at that point in time, it's no longer relevant, but there was going to be a Dropbox. We would let them FedEx tapes, right? So we did our best to manage that, but ultimately we thought that that consolidation was prudent.
Thank you. I appreciate the background and the history. That's exactly what I'm looking to understand, just to have a clear record here. And so then my follow-up question would be, what were the lessons learned from that consolidation? Were there any hiccups after with the closing of the studio where residents had issues getting to the new studio? We'll start there.
I think that, I don't know that we have lessons learned per se. We did our best to manage the transition, right? There's obviously certain things that you can always do better. I think the timing was not ideal. One second. I think we do have a little bit of concerns because the studio closure in Winstead was relatively proximate to COVID, right? And so that really skews the experience for all of us as we learned, right? You had situations where studios were closed, you had certain spacing, right, in social settings. So I don't know that we can kind of fully understand how it worked because of that, but I think we did our best to manage it. I think we managed it effectively.
Thank you. And I am reminded our earlier conversation about growth of community access, where I believe you stated that you've been able to grow users in the last few years. And by my reading, the consolidation of studios was in 2019. Is that correct?
The end of 2019.
Yeah.
But Charter has been able to entice new users to its one consolidated studio, despite the distance between one end of Area 19 and the Newtown studio, which I couldn't tell you what the mileage is, but
Yes, I think pursuant to your earlier request, when we provide you with the late file information, I think that'll demonstrate the fact that many of the users that we have that are currently using our studios are newer users.
So a consolidation could, in effect, result in increased use of the studio?
Objection. There's no foundation. It's an implicit assumption in the question.
I think it's fair for Mr. Chwanek or Ms. Young to weigh in if they so choose. If not, then
I think the increase in access users is strictly related to our outreach and all of the work we do in the community to try to reach the community to pull them in to produce shows. I wouldn't necessarily relate it to the closure of a studio.
I would like to see in that LFE, perhaps as an add-on, how many of the new users have been from the northern part of Area 19, where the Winstead studio used to be located,
so include that in that.
in the community engagement.
Okay,
LFE.
request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you confirm for us, in the event that Nutmeg's petition to assume responsibility for community access operations in Area 19 is granted, but if the petition in Area 17 is denied, will Charter cause Cox to surrender its PEG operations to Nutmeg as well?
Objection. I think the question's already been asked with regard to plans, with regard to things that occur after the potential Charter Cox merger. And Mr. Chwanek has said he's not privy to any such information.
I think it can confirm whether he has any knowledge and we would move on, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think I would just restate what I said earlier, which is I'm not aware of anything along those lines.
We're going to move to the fifth prong, which is proposed budget. And actually, I've got the sixth in here as well, quality and quantity of programming. If you can please reference Charter's response to OCC 9B, which is filed under OCC 9B Exhibit C. Page 2 is budget implications. And I have a few extra copies of this in case anybody wants to take a look.
You don't have any? Let me see if I have a hard copy.
9 is not budget.
Brianna may have one.
Ms. Ash, can you just clarify the number on the OCC response? Because we're not tracking your number.
Yep, so this is OCC 9B Exhibit C. OCC. Page 2. Then I also have for reference OCC 11C.
That messed up. Okay, so this is exhibit. Second page.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm hoping that you can clarify for me sort of the way that charter budgets here. Exhibit C in response to OCCB shows on page 2 the projected budget implications for closing a studio in Winstead, the one that charter used to operate in Area 19. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit C lists here several budgeted line items, including rent, accounting, finance, telephone utilities, printing, advertising, property tax, insurance, etc. But it did not appear that all of those same line items are on the budget that Charter provided in response to OCC 11C. And I'm wondering if you can tell me why.
Yeah, we went through a pretty extensive review of how we managed our PEG operations at that point in time. And so we made certain alterations to our budgeting methodology. It was a matter of kind of consolidating line items, making sure things were being accounted for a certain way. It was more of a functional exercise than it was any kind of a strategic change per se.
Did you stop spending money on rent?
We did not, and if you look at our other documents, there is in fact rent accounted for, so I'm confused by the question.
I'm confused why there isn't any rent in the budget for Newtown that is provided in response to OCC 11C among the other items that aren't listed.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Young. So rent for us is not traditional rent in that someone would be paying a fee for use. Rent for us is merely a function of an allocation of property taxes, an allocation of maintenance, and utilities, right? So we are not in a position to forecast those per se, right? Because those become actuals, right? So they're captured in other places as actuals, but you're not kind of budgeting ahead. So the rent, and this is noted in one of the responses to either your questions or not my questions, where we explained what is reflected in the rent number. And it is property tax, it is maintenance, and it is utilities, and it is based on a proportionate share based on the square footage that the studio occupies in the building.
Thank you. I very much appreciated that specificity in that interrogatory response. I think my confusion here is I understand that rent is an allocation because it is a charter-owned building, correct?
Yes.
And so would charter be in a position to forecast what it would expend on rent in the upcoming year, given that charter makes that number up itself, to my understanding? I could have said that more eloquently, but.
So I gave you the subcomponents of what's captured in the rent number. And if you're asking me, could we forecast out property tax, maintenance, and utilities, I guess we could, if that's your question.
My understanding is I'm comparing budgets here.
Okay.
So if another organization's budget includes projected expenses for those things,
Sure.
I would also want to see that in charter's budget.
Commissioner, I guess, objection. The numbers speak for themselves. Mr. Chwanek has already testified as to what goes into the budget. I understand what Ms. Ash might like to see, but that isn't what they do.
But if one of the criteria we're looking at has, and we're expecting it from Nutmeg, I think it's fair to expect it from Charter. And I would suggest, as someone who's prepared a budget, obviously you do not know exactly what it's going to be, but you could use current year expenses as a basis, if you wanted to guess that, your best effort to estimate what your expenses would be in the next fiscal or calendar year. Would that be fair? And again, it would be to the best of your ability to supply in terms of those line items.
Yeah, we can certainly do that, Commissioner.
Thank
So is that, sorry, just,
That would be late file 34. As detailed as possible forecast of expenses for the studio?
Yes.
And I mean, I'm not, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I think the clarification I'm looking for here is there are line items that are in this budget implication document that suggest normal expenditures for operating a studio. And I do not see several of those line items reflected in the copy of the budget that was provided in response to OCC 11.
So if there were just, say, a single overheads to include X, or do you need them broken out individually?
I would appreciate them broken out individually, as is sort of done in the annual reports, although that's retroactive. That's not a budget, that's just expenditures.
so Commissioner, we started with a question on rent, and it sounds like that has become a broader question, but maybe I'm misunderstanding.
If I
Rent was
may,
an example.
I apologize. Through the chair, if I understand the question Ms. Ash is asking, it's that the response to OCC 11, even if she accepts what Mr. Chwanek has testified to, which is rent is made up of an allocation of expenses associated with property tax, maintenance, and utilities, those items don't appear in OCC 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can address that.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Commissioner Smith has a question.
So sorry on this very narrow thing about rent. Just so I get it straight, you guys allocate rent based upon those three costs: utilities, maintenance, and property taxes.
Yes.
But you don't include anything for the physical cost of the building, like a third-party landlord might, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so your rent should be by definition lower than another party's rent because presumably they're renting the building and incurring those three costs as well.
Yeah, I guess to
Maybe
say,
that's speculation. I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean, to say that back to you perhaps a slightly different way, Commissioner, you're suggesting that there's another cost component, right, that we're not factoring in, and I think the answer to that is yes.
Okay, so that seems like a benefit for the operation in effect, because you're.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, or said that saying that back to you, the rent respectfully is discounted, right?
That's sort of the point I'm getting to.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
This would be LFE 34, if I'm correct. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My next question was, does Charter have a budget in its possession that is different than the budget that is provided in response to OCC 11 for
No.
the PEG operations? No?
No.
Okay. Okay, shifting gears to funding. In 2025, am I correct to understand that Charter requested a decrease in PEG funding for its subscribers in Area 19?
Yes,
And am I correct to understand that one-year rate decrease was granted by the authority?
yes.
Did members of the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council, municipalities, or residents living in Area 19 specifically ask for Charter to seek reductions in the contribution rate?
They did not. We made that judgment independently as a cap, feeling that based on the numbers we were looking at the time, we were concerned that we were over collecting from our subscribers, and so we were seeking to make an adjustment on that basis.
Are you aware that the Area 19 Cable Advisory Council recommended against lowering the contribution fees in its March 10th, 2025 filing in the PEG Access Review docket?
To the extent you're referencing something in the record, I was not aware of it, but obviously I assume that's accurate.
Can you confirm whether the attorney costs and other associated legal fees that Charter incurs from these dockets will be allocated to PEG's budget?
I can confirm that none of these costs will be allocated to the PEG budget.
Thank you. Can you confirm what is the current accumulated surplus in Area 19 of PEG funding?
It's approximately $45,000.
Thank you. Please reference OCC 15. This asks to clarify the whereabouts of a filing that Charter was ordered to make by the authority in the final decision in docket 250106 regarding its intended use of the surplus contributions in Area 19. The way the response reads, am I correct to understand Charter did not make that ordered filing?
That is correct, yes. But I would add that the information that's noted here was in fact reflected in our annual report filing in February.
Can you help me understand why that filing was not made, although it was ordered?
We were at that point in time trying to understand the surplus number, which is, I think, what you're seeing in the fact that we ultimately, so let me go back a step. So the agency, pursuant to our conversations with EOE, the recommendation was to make a one-year fee reduction. I think both we and EOE recognize that revenues are fluid, the surplus level could be fluid, and the prudent thing to do would be to make that change for 1 year, and then it would automatically reset as it did, right? It went back up to $10 pursuant to the agency's most recent order. So as we were trying to manage understanding the surplus level, we unfortunately failed to provide that compliance filing in a timely manner. We did ask for an extension, and we obviously did share certain information with the agency in our annual report in February.
Was the extension granted?
Originally, yeah.
It was, okay, sorry.
I mean, the original one was going until October.
Yeah, the original extension request was granted.
Original. So I'm looking at OCC 15 Charter's response. It says on October 1st, 2025, Charter filed a motion extension of time by which to comply with order number 5, which is what we're referencing here. The authority neither granted nor denied the motion. Charter has not filed any additional information regarding the status of the accumulated surplus. Does Charter plan to make that filing now?
We certainly are in a position to make that filing. I think there's been also extensive information on that issue that has been filed in the context of this record, but we are certainly in a position to take that information and appropriately file it with the agency in a consolidated submission.
Okay. Might be up to the authority, but I was curious. I don't think I need that as an LFE in this hearing. All right. Moving to the last prong. Does charter have a compliance checklist that it uses to meet its federal and state requirements?
We do not have a checklist per se, but we have extensive internal and external staff that we leverage to organize all of our compliance filings. Obviously, Ms. Young and I have those responsibilities. In the case of Mr. Bogan and Attorney Olson, they support us in terms of local counsel. We also have dedicated legal staff within the company that includes those responsibilities. So we have a pretty robust team, both internally and externally, that help us manage all compliance issues.
Thank you. Please reference Connecticut Agencies Regulations, Section 16-331A-11, Standards for Determining Adequacy. Can you tell us, is there a bill insert or brochure that Charter mails to all customers at least annually, describing the purposes and accomplishments of community access and the procedures for becoming involved?
Yes.
Does such a copy exist in the record?
Yes.
Okay, can you point me to that?
It's attached to every annual filing that we make. And so I believe our annual reports, at least the last 3 years, are in as exhibits.
Okay. Does Charter have a checkoff provision on customers' bills which enables customers to donate money to community access?
No.
Does Charter have a mechanism by which the company obtains an annual financial report from any individuals or groups who receive any direct monetary contribution from the company, identifying what funding was received and how and by whom it was spent?
The only funding Charter provides is the statutorily required $2,000 to the annual Cable Council, and I believe they are required to file an annual report by December 15th in every community access docket.
You. Can you tell us, does Charter establish specific goals for community access and periodically assess achievement of these goals?
Charter provides the ability for our residents and community to create, distribute, and access locally relevant content responsive to the community needs. That is how we determine access. We do not have a goal checklist per se.
Does Charter conduct an annual evaluation, submit it to the department, and ensure its completion after soliciting, receiving, and incorporating comments from the advisory council, access users, community members, and subscribers of the effectiveness of the company's community access program and the achievement of the program's goals?
Charter receives surveys from all of our trainees who go through our program, in addition to obviously attending every Cable Council meeting and receiving feedback from the municipalities and the community and that way.
Please reference Connecticut Agencies Regulations, Section 16-331A-2, subsection A, number of community access channels required. Therein it is stated the franchise holder shall keep a record available for public inspection of the requests for and use of access channel time. Such records must be retained for not less than 2 years. Can you confirm if such records of the requests for and use of access channel time for the last 2 years are currently in the record?
Yes. And they are not part of the record in this proceeding, but we have them.
Okay. And is this for just the P channel or also the E and G channels?
We do not schedule or program the E and G channels. This is strictly for the P channels.
I would like that last 2 years that you have available as an LFE.
So the list of the,
It would be the records of the requests for and use of access channel time.
okay.
So can you please help define what records means? Are you actually, 1 second. Never mind, I think we understand what you're.
And that would be for 24 and 25.
Yeah, yes, the past 2 years, I think that would be adequate.
Okay.
Last question. Is it Charter's position that Charter is the most qualified party to be the CAP operator for Area 19?
We believe that everything in the record demonstrates that we are. I think if you look at kind of the elements of how we staff our studio, if you look at the fact that we are running a modest surplus, which says something about us being reasonable financial stewards, if you look at the fact that we've just recently purchased new HD cameras and we're about to launch our channel in HD, we do very extensive, as Ms. Young noted, promotion. We run ads on a significant number of channels. As a matter of course, there's a significant amount of advertising that we do in terms of PSAs for PEG. So we're not hiding this by any means. I know that that was a reference made in some of the testimony in this proceeding. We think we do a good job.
Thank you. That concludes OCC's questions.
All right, thank you. All right, Nutmeg.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chwanek and Ms. Young.
Afternoon.
Mr. Chwanek, is Charter a member of the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association, known as NECTA?
We are, yes.
Does NECTA have a practice of filing in PIRA dockets things that are not first approved by its Connecticut members?
As a general matter, to the extent that they are making filings, that reflects the membership.
So when NECTA reported in docket 220626, as we stated in our pre-filed testimony on page 67, that members would support the authority recommending that the General Assembly amend state law to remove the current requirement that cable operators operate PEG studios under the specified circumstances. Was Charter opposed to that statement by NECTA?
I don't necessarily recollect whether we were or were not. I would know that as a matter of course, associations reflect a consensus among their membership. So that doesn't always mean that every position that the association takes exactly represents every member, right? But as a general rule, the answer would be yes.
And when NECTA continued on page 68 of our pre-filed testimony to say that alternatively, under current law, the NECTA members are not opposed to transferring responsibility for PEG operations in any community to a third-party nonprofit organization that's properly qualified, consistent with the enumerated statutory criteria stated in 16331A C. Was Charter opposed to that statement?
I don't recall what judgment call was being made at the time, but I can say right now, to the extent that Ms. Young and I obviously met with you on several occasions, we were open to having a conversation. And I think that's also reflected in what NECTA said at that time.
Thank you. The slide here you've seen, and it's up just to show that Charter has reported it receives annual funding that averages about $300,000 a year, according to response in OCC 10 and seen on this chart. For that level of public funding, Charter and annual reports filed with PURA a total of an average of 20 studio edit and field users over a 7-year period. Do you see that?
If I may, Commissioner, ask the questioner, where are you getting the information regarding the 20 users?
That would be in the filed annual reports.
Which year?
We've looked at the last 7. And if you go to the second slide here, it's all there for you.
This is in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I'll stipulate to the fact that our data is obviously our data, so.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Hi there, good afternoon.
I guess if I may, oh, okay, sorry, you're going on the slide, so I'm also.
Exactly. Thank you, Robin. Again, we're basing this off of total users in the through the charter facility, as you've reported in the annual reports. So in NTV 32, again, with the reported average of around $311,000 of annual expenses since 2021, that serves approximately 20 users, correct?
Yes.
And just to reiterate on the OCC asked this, but I just want to clarify. You only manage the public access, not the government or education.
Right.
Okay. In NTV 37, Charter responded with a Newtown lineup of P and E. Is there no G channel? So you reported on E, but you don't manage E.
It's actually a share channel. 194 is a share channel between E and G.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
Sorry
that.
about that.
Does Charter provide any support to E and G channels for technical or programming or anything else like that?
We provide no monetary support. We provide technical support upon request.
So do those municipalities all have like a Telview system for themselves that they provide, or they just?
They provide programming on the channel, then they have a playback, some sort of playback server.
Okay, great. In NTV 8, Charter responded that the New Milford High School, the Monroe High School, and the high school in Woodbury all have town-specific E channels. Yet in Charter's 2025 annual CAP report, it reports that there are town-specific E&G access channels also available in the Chippewa Valley or District 12, Newtown, or New Fairfield. Those aren't in Nutmeg TV's 8 responses.
We're conducting an inventory right now of all of our PEG lines. It's come to our attention that some of the channels are not sending any programming. So we're working to determine their operational status. At the date of the filing, these were the ones that were confirmed. Obviously, Trumbull is in here. Trumbull is obviously transmitting as well. So we're gathering that information for a larger initiative we're doing is we're moving all of the PEG channels to the streaming app. We are working to ensure that when we move those channels over, we are not delivering black channels to customers on the streaming app.
Great. Would you be able to provide that as a late filed exhibit?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just the number of what you've just said that you're looking into for both E and G municipalities.
So that's the number of E and G.
Programs that are disseminating.
Okay.
Individually, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. In NTV 37, there was a response about a Litchfield lineup. What does that cover?
That's just the channel number, that the lineup is the channel guide.
But does it delineate between Newtown and Litchfield?
Yeah, they're two separate, they receive separate programming.
They do.
Because because of the DMA, it's how we categorize them. So some of the locations in the Newtown studio are in that area are in a different DMA. So we have different channel lineups based on the Litchfield system or the Newtown system.
But the same key channel then,
It is the same.
the
P channel.
exact
Yeah,
same channel just gets
same P
placed.
channel.
Okay.
Yes.
And just for the benefit of the authority, I don't know if DMA is designated market area. It relates to how broadcast channels allocate their geographic areas. So it's not something we control, right?
Okay. So you're just going to clarify on that late filed exhibit about the black on air potential? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
All right, thank you. We'll turn now to Frontier. And in NTV 22, Charter reports that it receives PEG fees from Frontier that it collects from video subscribers in Area 19. Is that correct? That's NTV 22.
Get more. Yes.
And in NTV 23, Charter reports that Frontier subscribers receive no PEG programming from Charter. Is that also correct?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. So Charter is collecting PEG subscriber fees from Frontier customers for community access programming that Charter does not deliver, correct?
I would say Frontier does not receive.
Frontier does not receive.
And Frontier is obviously aware of the fact that they are making a payment to us. We are taking their funds and using them for PEG-related expenses. They have the obligation to interconnect with us. We have, the law is clear in this regard. We obviously have an obligation to interconnect with them if they approach us. As I think was noted in one of the responses, there was some point in time, and we don't have people who have direct knowledge of this, and this was noted in our response, where they did in fact have equipment that they elected to remove, and to the best of our knowledge, that equipment has not been replaced.
So in collecting these funds for customers of Frontiers who are not receiving the channels, has Charter ever reported to PURA that Frontier isn't interconnecting?
The obligation lies with Frontier, not with Charter.
All right, and so to the same as the other companies, we'd like to request a late file. Oh, no, we don't, because you've provided the 5 years.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just to switch back to technical real quick. In your opening statement, Mr. Chwanek, and throughout these proceedings, you've mentioned the new HD cameras that were purchased. HD cameras have been available for a very long time. How come it took so long to implement something like that in Newtown?
I think it was a judgment call on on our part, right? You have to kind of exercise judgment in terms of what funding is available and where you dedicate that funding. And we ultimately made a decision that that was a good judgment call at this point.
Okay. And you know about the PEGpedia grant process?
Yes.
And Charter has not gone for that grant process to upgrade equipment?
We have not.
Would you be able to provide approximately how long you've been providing an HD tier to cable subscribers?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance is that HD equipment has been available for a very long time, and they are just now, as they reported today, just switching to HD for the PEG content. I just want to understand why, again, it has taken so long to take this initiative.
I thought Mr. Shawanico responded that he wasn't, that they made the purchase at the time they had the available funds. But would you like to expand on that, Mr. Chwanik?
No, I think we've kind of spoken to the fact that we made the investment in equipment and that we are positioning ourselves to launch, in a couple of weeks. I would just also note, since this has been brought into the record, there was a discussion about the MOU that Nutmeg executed with Comcast. In that MOU, there is a commitment by Comcast to move forward to an HD platform. There is also language in that MOU that we did not bring in, Nutmeg brought in, where Nutmeg is stipulating to the fact that Comcast is doing a great job. So it's curious to me that this is.
I get your point. I think what is not relevant is past decisions. It's what is happening currently with the particular PEG access area. And as they have indicated that there is now HD and has been for some time, we are judging them on what is happening at this current point in time. So if you could move on, please. Thank you.
I'd like to turn to programming.
And it's up on the screen.
And it's up on the screen there. So Charter reports a total of 303 programs over a 6-year period. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett, just for clarity of the record, you're referring to the chart that's on the screen, and the number to which you referred, is that one of the line items here?
Every green box, if you add those green boxes up, you'll get 303. And those are that's actually from the annual reports from Charter.
Thank you.
So those would be programs just produced at the facility. As you know, we accept obviously programs from residents within the franchise area to also air by uploading their content directly to us. In addition to sponsored programs as well, anybody in the franchise area can sponsor a program from outside the franchise area.
Correct, yeah. And the reason I bring that up, and I'd like to just reference OCC 3, which is and thank you for providing a year's worth of schedules. For the sake of time, I like to just concentrate on the most recent one, which would be December, if that's okay with you.
So it'd be December.
2025.
Just to be clear, this isn't a full month. This is a week and a full month.
Correct. You submitted once a month. So I'm just taking this as a general. So can I make an assumption then for my next line of questions that this is what would be considered an average week within December 2025?
It could be, but we are asked to air specials at certain times of the year. So its sponsors come in with different programming. So
especially in December, I can understand that. Absolutely. So then generally based on my knowledge, and I'm asking for clarification here, I'm only seeing approximately 4 to 5 programs that are within the facility of Charter. Am I making that correct assumption? And just to clarify again, series of programs.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So if there's only 5 of those programs and you have approximately 30 or 24-ish per year in the Newtown facility, would you be able to identify what are those programs on the schedule?
Identify.
The series of programs, I should say. So as an example, if, let's see, if Life Talk with Marionette, is that, would that be done through the facility or a provided program?
Within 2025, she did utilize the studio to produce some of her programming. I can't say for sure if that particular one in December was actually, we sometimes get folks in the studio that will not rent it, we use it for 4 hours and produce 2, 3, or 4 shows.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So would you say the rest then, outside of those 4 or 5, the rest of the programmings in this schedule are produced outside of Area 19?
Understood, okay. So not produced in the facility, in the studio.
No, outside of the entire Area 19.
They could be using mobile production equipment inside Area 19 and then uploading it, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the reason for this line of question truly is I'm just trying to differentiate between what is being used within the facility, what is being used within Area 19, and then what is being either provided or taken from outside of Area 19, because I'm looking through this schedule and I can, throughout the entire year, we can see stuff like A Chat with Glendora, right? Glendora is a very popular show in PEG, but that's based out of New York. So without having a local sponsor sponsoring that particular show, someone has to make the decision to go and pull that show down.
We pull anything from a public server. Everything that we air is either produced at the studio or a resident producing outside of the studio using mobile equipment or sponsored by a resident in Area 19.
Okay.
And I would kind of like, there's data being represented and our data is being presented, being characterized a certain way. As Ms. Young just said, the content that we are tracking either reflects content that a PEG user has created or they have sponsored. It is not within Charter's control. The data that we are being compared up against is not comparable, is not an apples to apples comparison. I can elaborate on that, but I'm looking on a screen where data is being presented in a way that is highly unfavorable to us, and I do not feel that that is a fair representation. I can elaborate on it, but I'll be brief, Commissioner, out of respect to you.
That's understandable. Again, that's why I was asking, just for the clarification of it. I'm glad, thank you for noting that they're sponsors. So of this schedule, you've noted that there's about 4 hours of programming per day. There's a little more, I would say 4 to 6 per day on average. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the remaining fill time or continuity is about 18 to 20 hours of bulletin board. Is that correct?
Correct, along with obviously PSA's advertising public access.
Certainly. Great.
Just to be clear, though, the community bulletin board is also a community airing in so much as that we receive a lot of requests to air different events coming up throughout the month. So we also consider that community programming
As most
to a
PEGs
certain
do.
extent,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you. Ready? Wow. Okay.
Oops. Oh, traffic jam here. Sorry.
So for the sake of Commissioner Smith, who was not here earlier, Dr. Temple is our board president and was an original founder of Nothing TV. So he's here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Joni.
You're welcome.
In NTV 7, Charter answered no when asked whether it provides any online video platform or any online video platform. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our content is available to our customers because they are the subscribers that are paying for the studios. Ultimately, if you produce content, our studios are open to all residents in the system, not just our customers. If they produce content in our studios, the only thing we ask that they do is that content air on our on our channel first, and that it obviously airs at least once, right? And then they have control of their content. If they elect to take that content and put it on YouTube, that's their business. Obviously, they have control of that content.
Charter does not, your operation does not put any of that content in public, only on your channels.
We make the content directly available to the subscribers that are paying for the opportunity to create it. Yes.
That's what I. Oh. And for what happens to it after that is entirely up to them, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, and it, as it should be, it's public access. It's their content, not ours.
So if it ends up on YouTube, it's because they did it.
Correct. They have control of their content.
Commissioner, if I may, there's something up on the screen. Can I ask what it is?
Yes,
Yeah, just, would you like an explanation of what's appearing on the screen?
If
Attorney
I could,
Bogan?
please.
Yes.
that is Charter's representation of their online programming.
But there's a segment, there's a half that says Nutmeg TV. I don't understand what that is.
That is Nutmeg TV's online offering for all.
I'm going to object. This is cross-examination of Charter based upon what's in the record that Charter has submitted.
This is a comparison of the two.
This is not appropriate for cross-examination, Commissioner.
Is it absolutely necessary to have that slide up at the moment? I think we're making our point. All right. If it would be, we can take that slide down. Thank you.
You've said in NTV 32 that there is an annual $10.48 fee that is assessed on cable subscribers in Area 19. Is that correct?
NBC, I don't see a $10. I don't see a $10 reference.
What is your current subscriber fee for Area 19?
I believe it's $10.
No, it's not, right? Currently, right now, it's still the $6 and change. That number changes on July 1st, which will go up to I believe it's $10.48. So that happens on July 1st.
I'm gonna go. All right, thank you. Does the cable bill that you provide to your customers give them a separate line item that shows the amount that they're being charged specifically for PEG?
Yes.
And how is that line labeled on the bill?
I believe it says PEG fee.
You believe it says PEG
Yes,
fee?
I don't have a copy of a bill. It's either says PEG capital fee or PEG fee.
All right, thank you. I'm going to skip that one. Okay.
Very good. Just switch chairs. All right, staying on the PEG fee, to be clear on Charter's position regarding the fee, When, I know it was referenced earlier by the OCC, when there was a reduction requested and received for a lower fee. In NTV 33, Charter answered that it did so in an effort to align subscriber fees with expenditures and to reduce customer cable bills. Is that correct? That's your response,
Yeah.
NTV 33, okay. Yeah, in OCC 15, Charter answered when their rate was adjusted back to $10.48, which you just referenced, which will happen in July. Charter expects that revenues generated at this higher fee level will ensure that Charter's PEG operations and facilities will continue to be appropriately funded. So we just saw a discrepancy there in, happy to have the fees decreased, but then also agreeing that the higher fee level will be able to appropriately fund the PEG facility in Area 19. Is that an accurate?
Objection. The responses speak for themselves.
Thank you. Was there any pre-filed testimony provided by Charter in this docket?
We did not file any pre-filed testimony.
I know there was some discussion earlier by OCC relative to the Charter Cox merger. And I recognize that you said that you were not aware of any discussion to consolidate PEG areas between the two. If Nutmeg TV were not to receive approval by PIRA to manage Area 19, can Charter commit to keeping the Meriden PEG Access Studio open for the next 5 years?
Objection. Relevance.
And I'm not sure either of these two panelists is in a position to comment on corporate charter decisions.
There's a consolidation question, your Commissioner Cheeseman, but I will move on.
All right, thank you.
Charter responded no to NTV2. When asked if there had been a prior PEG facility. But that was factually incorrect, wasn't it?
And
NTV2.
TV2 we have is a list of all the cities and towns in Area 19.
I think, are you asking about sub C? Has there been one cap? Is that the question you're asking?
Yes,
The answer was
No.
no,
Mhm.
and the answer is no because it is a single franchise area that has two distinct geographic areas, and we are the designated cap for that area. So it's one franchise, one cap. So there can't be more than one cap.
I'd like to just look at my question
Okay.
to be clear for you. I think I'm going to move on while we're looking that up. I believe the question was, had there ever been a prior PEG facility? Was there a facility in Winstead?
Yes.
Okay. Did Charter ever make a commitment to PIRA to maintain the existing community access facilities in both Winstead and Newtown that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of that.
Nutmeg TV makes reference in pre-filed testimony as well as a timeline exhibit filed on June 1st to docket 020709, which was a franchise consolidation of Newtown and Winstead. Are you familiar with that? Not a cap consolidation, the franchise consolidation between Winstead and Newtown.
I'm not familiar with that proceeding 24 years ago.
The final decision on page 10 says that Charter commits to maintain the existing community access facilities in Winstead and Newtown to maintain 4 full-time community staff members, and to allocate community access funds on an as-needed basis. Do you recall that?
I,
If I may, Commissioner, I'm going to object. The question is being raised in the context of a final decision and commitments made in connection with a franchise renewal proceeding. At that time, the authority did have franchise renewal proceedings. That landscape changed in 2007 with the passage of 07-253. So to the extent that there were commitments that were made, they were made in the context of that franchise renewal proceeding and before the evolution of CCFAs and CVFAs. So therefore, it's irrelevant.
Attorney Bogan, let me answer the question in a somewhat different way. I appreciate your objection. I think it's fair to assume, because none of us were part of this proceeding, as I mentioned, 24 years ago. I think it's fair to assume that this authority and its predecessor, the department, when we filed for the Winstead studio closing, was aware of this commitment, and at that point did not reject our request pursuant to us violating this condition. So there's kind of an implication that we're somehow not in compliance with,
Well, that wasn't my intent at all.
okay?
Was not that at all. And absolutely,
Well,
our intention in bringing this question forward was to say that at that time, you did make a commitment not to consolidate the two, but have since consolidated, then opened a docket, or well, actually it wasn't a docket, but you consolidated. I just wanted to know if you recalled that.
well, and I think the witness has made clear he wasn't here 24 years ago and was not privy to that docket or probably a number of others within a considerable period of time. So
All
if
right.
we can move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you were here for this docket, so if you would pull up the letter in response to OCC 9B, Exhibit B, please. Because this is your letter. Dated October 2nd, 2019.
1 second, please. You can proceed, I'll catch up.
Oh, I wanted you to read, I think it's one sentence here.
1 second, please.
Oh, take your time. Paragraph 3.
Is this the by way of background paragraph?
By way of background paragraph, would you read the sentence starting with the word consolidating, please? And ending with the word area.
Yes. Consolidating the 2 studios will result in better utilization of the Newtown studio while allowing charter customers in our Western Connecticut system to view access, programmer, content, and information regarding activities and events from the entire 20-town area.
Thank you, Mr. Chwanek.
You're welcome.
That would end our questioning.
Thank you. And now we will ask Pura staff if they have any questions for the witness panel.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'd like to first look at Charter's response to NTV 39. It contains information about programs produced annually at the facility. And just for clarification, what does Charter consider a program as set forth in these reports? We've had different companies consider programs differently. So what does Charter consider a program?
So we believe that the P channel that we manage is public access. And by virtue of that, the public, which would be residents of the system, are either creating or generating or producing that content or are sponsoring that content. Those are kind of the two inputs.
Okay, I think I'm looking at something more basic than that.
Okay.
When you are saying a program for the purpose of counting, is that, for instance, a program produced by one producer that might have 12 episodes, or is it one original piece of content that airs?
It is repeat programming when we say programming, correct? When we were filing our numbers.
Yes.
Yes, if you're referring to the chart,
Yes.
that includes repeat programming.
Okay, thank you. So you consider a programming then anytime content produced or sponsored airs, whether it's repeat or not. Right. Thank you. Staying with that exhibit, can you explain what changed between 2023 and 2024 for the programs cable cast but produced elsewhere, and the increase from 0 to 525?
2023, that number was missing. It's actually 440.
So
In the
2023.
chart, but it is in part of the response, but it's missing.
If I may, have a second.
So Attorney Church, we will resubmit that response. Obviously, the data is reflected in the narrative below, but it's missing from the chart. So we'll just refile it with the updated data. So
Thank you.
apologies.
Commissioner, do you want that as a late file or just a supplemental response to?
I think a supplemental response would be fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Referring to Charter's response to OCC 5, you may not actually need to refer to it, but you specifically state that all content aired is locally sponsored. Can you just explain to me exactly what locally sponsored content is and how that works?
So it's locally produced or sponsored. As you said before, all programming that airs on our channel is either done in our studio, outside of our studio, but in the franchise area and uploaded to our server, or sponsored by a resident that lives in Area 19.
It's the sponsored period portion of that I'm confused by. Can you explain what that means further?
So you have to live in Area 19 in order to get programming on the public access channel. If you don't live in Area 19, you must get a resident that lives in this system to sponsor. So they will fill out the application for you and sponsor programming that is outside of Area 19.
So if a person living in Area 1 wanted something they'd created anywhere in the world put on Area 19, they would come to any resident in Area 19 and say, can you please ask that this be put on for me?
Correct.
And that would be sufficient, right? All we need is some geographic connection, right, to that area.
This isn't something I've heard testimony about any of the other cable companies doing. Can you explain to me how Charter started doing this, how it came about?
I think, is it? This has been, I mean, it's It's part of our policy to accept sponsored programming from residents inside the area.
Okay, I'm asking how that came about.
I don't
know,
think
that's
any
a
of us have
question.
personal knowledge of
Yeah,
that.
it's been as long as I've been at the company for 8 years.
There was testimony earlier in response to OCC questioning that given the relative proximity to COVID and the closure of the Winstead studio, that the closure and the disuse of the Winstead studio might have been due to COVID. Is that
I think,
correctly categorized?
so I think there was, the proximity in time is not ideal for measuring kind of an apples to apples comparison, because I think that the closure happened in the 2019 to 2020 period. And then all of a sudden you had this very significant intervening event, which had a direct operational impact on studios, right? So we had certain fall off in people participating in production and things like that, because our studios were closed for. Yeah, so there was actually, I guess, and we can, the bottom line, there was a circumstance where we closed, we reopened, and then we had to close again, right? And obviously those things were outside of our control. So kind of there was in fact a disruption in the facility that kind of makes it harder to track the trend, if that makes sense.
But the Winstead studio was actually closed in 2019,
Correct.
prior to COVID.
Correct.
So is the point you're making simply because COVID intervened, it's difficult to know whether reactions to the studio closure might have been more extreme had COVID not been? It's because the two are so contiguous in time.
Correct.
It's difficult to track people's reactions and to know how much was a response to the closure and how much was a response to COVID.
Correct. I think that's fair. I mean, the proximity in time is very close.
Thank you.
And given that it's hard to track and hard to know whether it was COVID or the closure, or the independent closure, has Charter ever considered reopening a second studio or done any investigation, any assessment of reopening a second studio?
We have not.
And following your responses again to OCC, can I confirm that it is your testimony that you believe that the increase in users is strictly because of your outreach?
I think it's a factor. I think we feel like we have a very robust outreach process. Most notably, we're running thousands of PSAs on cross channels annually. And so there's clearly a lot of exposure. But again, we're competing with the reality of different platforms, right? So as much as we are trying to raise awareness, the reality is that people are making other choices.
You just explain cross channels for me, please.
So go ahead.
We have a number of PSAs to promote our PEG studio. And what we do is we take those spots and we air them. We call it cross channel, but we air them on several different channels on our system throughout the year. Some channels, CNBC, CNN, Travel, Fox, Food Network, or History, Nickelodeon, USA, AMC, A&E, Bravo, and ESPN, just to name half of them. And they run at different times of the day throughout the year to promote PEG access.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wasn't clear on what on the terminology. And just again regarding the testimony on the increase, do you have any metrics that track the increase in timing as compared to something like the PSA? Any sort of metrics that we can look at, or is it just something that it is your sense given your experience with Charter?
So when we have folks take the training course, we have them do an evaluation and a survey of the training itself. One of the questions on there is, how did you hear about us? So we're able to sort of use these as a barometer in terms of where we're coming from. One was from the community bulletin board. One was a senior visit. One was a meeting in Southbury on Zoom, friends, television ad, New Milford Library outreach, advertisement on television. So it's a number of different promotional activities that we do that folks are finding us.
Are those surveys in the record?
They are not.
Do you compile the results from those surveys in any way, or do you maintain them individually?
We just maintain them individually at our facility.
If Charter is willing, I'm not asking for, I don't think we need the entirety of the report so much as I'd be interested in seeing the answer to that question. But knowing that you don't compile them,
We're happy.
get them, I would have to ask for the report. So I don't want to.
Their individual surveys, we're happy to submit the last year or two of our training evaluations.
The last
There's-
year would be
last year, yeah.
greatly appreciated. If that could be LFE 37, the last year of training evaluations.
Yep.
Thank you. No further questions from me.
All right, Attorney Bogan, do you have redirect? Do you need a couple of minutes or how would you like to proceed? Thank you, Attorney
If
George.
the chair will allow, if I can have a quick second.
Sure.
Thank you. I do have a very brief redirect, Commissioner.
When you're ready, Attorney Bogan.
Thank you. Mr. Chwanek, do you recall the charts that Nutmeg questioned you on earlier today?
I do.
And in particular, focusing on what was the second page of the handout titled Usage. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in fact, you have it in your hand.
I do.
Thank
Yes.
you. Do you have any further observations with regard to that chart and the numbers that are reflected?
Just one factual observation. It is important for the authority to kind of consider whether or not the data that's being represented is in fact an apples to apples comparison. Based on the testimony that was given last week, it is factually true that the following is accurate, that the following is the case. For example, the studio data has a number in excess of 1,086 for 2025 to be precise. And Nutmeg, by their testimony, noted that that was the average of the number of people associated with each production event. So they were immediately associating 3 people with each event. So if there was a cameraman, if there was a guest, like all of a sudden those are getting added to numbers. That's not how we're doing the math. And so there's a pretty significant inflation in that regard. The other observation I would make is when you look at the use of channel space, what we are doing is what we've testified to today. We are either counting that someone produced the content as a public access user or that someone sponsored the content as a user. Nutmeg, in my opinion, has 4 inputs. They have the public access piece that we talked about. They have identified themselves pursuant to their guidelines as a user. So Nutmeg is a user. And when you look at the data, that is reflected in their data. They are counting themselves as a user. Again, that is inflating the data. They, in their own testimony, noted that they download certain content and put it on their channel. That is taking up space. And then lastly, and we saw this in an earlier video, they were running commercials, which is, in my opinion, not consistent with the law.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Any further administrative matters?
I'm afraid I do.
Oh, gosh.
I was hoping foolishly, optimistically, that it wouldn't be a potential issue, but the late filed hearing is scheduled for June 29th.
Correct.
There have been a few late file exhibits requested of charter. Mr. Chwanek is not available on the 29th. That week, he's not available. Now, I understand it's only an issue if people have questions of charter on the late file exhibits that were requested of charter, but I figured it's more prudent to raise the issue at this time rather than wait.
All right, if you,
Commissioner, if I may just clarify, I'm technically on vacation that week, but respectfully, I could adjust my schedule in such a way that I could be here early in the morning, right, on the 29th. So if there was some ability for me to go first, if that was necessary, then I can do that. I just can't be going into the afternoon.
well, I will give you, I think we are very cognizant in these hearings that people have, their availability is not necessarily aligned with the hearing. So if we could have agreement, again, the parties that we would address questions to Mr. Chwanek early in the day. Absent that, if you would like to file a motion to reschedule the hearing, I will give you the option.
Mr. Chwanek is riskier than I am. I know the commitment that he has on that date. I would not be inclined to offer him up early in the day, but if he's willing to do that and others are willing to question him early.
And I see Ms. Wedler is,
Yeah, we would not object to that.
obviously, and, obviously, I don't believe OCC is here, but you're hiding in the back where I can't see you. All right. Obviously, our preference would be to stay with that date because, as everyone in this room would probably be aware, we do have a number of other things that, and moving schedules around becomes increasingly difficult as the calendar becomes full. So,
I think it's doable.
all right.
If he goes first. Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner, the story I will tell my wife is that Commissioner Cheeseman demanded I be here, and that'll.
As my fellow commissioners are calling Holly the Hammer, yeah. All right, with that, I'll just remind everyone, late filed exhibits are due Tuesday, June 23rd. Late filed hearing will be Monday, June 29th, and briefs are due Monday, July 13th. So with that, Attorney Bester.
One additional administrative matter.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I did not spot you. You'll have to
Sorry.
send up flares or something in future, so please proceed.
So again, this is Attorney Bester representing Optimum and Cox in this proceeding. So Optimum has been assigned 4 read-ins labeled read-ins C, D, E, and F.
All right. Thank you for reminding me.
Yep. At this time, we would just propose that we submit those
And convert them to late files.
as late files just for, time and
All right.
ease.
All right. That would be appropriate. So they will be, I don't know, 37, 38, 39, and 40. If I've,
We could refer to them as read-ins, C through F, or late files, whatever you prefer.
defer to agency staff? As long as we get them.
Yeah, could we, well, could they be filed with the corresponding late file numbers? Just
Okay.
because that's the way that our system works. Like when you upload a late file, it'll ask for the number. And also, was there also read in G for your clients?
Number of cameras used in the Litchfield studio and recording standards.
Yes, Litchfield camera models.
Yes.
Yep, G as well, sorry.
All right. Thank you.
And so, sorry, what were the numbers of the LFEs?
They would be,
38.
so 39, 40, 41, and 42. Am I?
And 43 with G.
Hang on.
We ended at 37.
Did we end at 37? I have
Yes,
the
30.
last year of training evaluations as 38. Oh,
That's what I had.
Oh, no, it should be 36. You're correct.
Wait a minute.
so I was right?
I have, no, I have it as 37, because I have 36 as E&G programming disseminating individually.
34 requests.
34 was explanation rate, OCC 11.
I have 34, I have 35 forecast breakdown of expenditures for Newtown, 36 last 2 years records of requests for and use of access channels, 37 number of E&G programs being disseminated, and 38 as last year of training evaluation. And now we're going to pull over the woman who's keeping us on track.
Apologies. I believe that we ended our hearings on 37, which was the last year of training evaluations.
Okay,
So the new exhibits would then be.
You're right- you're
38
correct.
through 42, I
the
believe.
spreadsheet was confusing me. So that would be 38, 39, 40, and 41 for those.
And 42.
42 for the G. Okay.
Thank you very
You.
much.
I think we're going for the record on late filed exhibits as the chairman. Well, maybe not, but all right. Are there any further administrative matters?
No, Commissioner.
All right. Nobody in the room. And I want to thank you all for operating so efficiently and promptly today. Means a lot to the commissioners who are going to have a long drive this evening. I want to appreciate you all for your attention to this. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you on the 29th of June for the late filed exhibit hearing. This hearing is adjourned.